Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, 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 everyone. This is a live stream. This is a live stream, guys. We're live. Subscribe, click the like button, cry yourself to sleep. AC EVO 0.4 stutter streamer. Hello. That'd be the best. That'd be the best live streamer ever. Hello. Right. Hey up me duck. Hey up. Game changing. Game changing, that's the title of the video. With game changing update. Hello. Finally. Finally, it's happened to me. How's everyone doing? I couldn't sleep last night, and then there's someone doing building next door. So I was like, woken up like 5 times in a row with hammers going bonk bonk. That's terrible. This is awful. Thanks for resubscribing. 21 months of despair from Live 55. Thank you. 0.4. Knock on the door. It's 0.4. I can't say anything bad, otherwise the chip gets activated. I have to be careful what I say. They're making the building at like 7 in the morning. I don't know what they're doing. I think they're putting a carpet in. Woo! Load your car in. Should I give you guys the good news first or the bad news? Do I give the good news or the bad news? Chat decide. Good news or bad news? Good news or bad news? The bad news. I've got to be careful, otherwise the chip will activate. The good news, they fixed like the car's just binning from oversteer, right? So you can catch the rear of the car if it steps out, and like on brakes generally, like you can just counter steer. That's the good news. The bad news. It's still complete shit compared to AC. No force feedback for the front end. Chip's been activated. No force feedback for the front end of the tyres and front grip loss, which is a crucial part of AC, and no combined slip apparently. So really nice car models though. So yeah, basically it's still a shallow, still nothing, nowhere near as good as AC1 in driving. There you go. That's the bad news. Hype denied. Yeah, the combined slip is terrible, but the cars don't bin you. So you defended me on Reddit. Oh dear, you shouldn't defend me on Reddit. I said I'm getting another horse head. So let's just drive a track and we'll... The car models are fantastic, all the liveries and stuff as well. It's easy to drive now, so they've made it fundamentally... like, you can actually... there's... It's not like the cars are super dumb. So, like, the physics seem like they're pretty good. like the baseline physics are really good, but the physics at the limit are still massively problematic, I'd say. Really nice car models. Yeah, well, the new F1 car is the new F1 car is like, it just feels like it's not moving at all. It's just if you compare it to the VRC cars in AC1, it's got nothing on it. Like the VRC F1 car is so good, and you drive a car, the Formula car in this, and you're like, wow, okay. It's terrible compared to the one in AC. It's nowhere near as the mod. VRC mod is just. I mean, it sounds good. 3D model's nice and everything. I guess the grip levels are pretty much right, but the handling at the limit is just not very good. It doesn't have that whole, you know, the slip control at the limit is the crux of AC1 that makes it such a next level simulator. Yeah, even Project Motor Racing has much better force feedback for the fronts if you know what you're doing. It's weird. But I tell you what, noobs will think this is amazing. Noobs will think that the force feedback in this is fantastic. Well, I'll tell Max he's an idiot. If Max thinks that this is amazing, I will tell him that he's an idiot. I'll say, what are you talking about? Right, let's try this. The AI is still terrible in this as well, actually, unfortunately. Let's put some AI on so you can see. So I mean, you know, it's a nice, I do think it's a good improvement over the previous version, in fairness to them. But I feel like it's still like, it feels like it's still a year away. I do worry with this. I worry that you'll have a significant amount of vocal noobs that will say, oh, the force feedback's amazing purely because it's strong and there's vibrations and you can feel the suspension. You know, like what happened with ACC. And then, you know, that's then that's it basically, isn't it? So. Ah, your anti-software crashed. You have to get back to it. It could potentially. They need to make it so that you've got controllable slip properly. Vocal Noobs. It's a new synthesizer from Gamer Muscle Industries. Vocal Noobs. Also, well, we'll do some driving and you'll see what I mean. Like the animations, see the guy putting his helmet on, these animations are awesome. There's a lot of nice attention to detail in EVO. No, it's not better than AC1. The issue is not someone saying something's good or bad, it's someone saying that something's universally good or bad without giving a reason as to why. And that's what most people do. So it doesn't matter what someone's experience is. What matters is the reason someone gives for why what they say is what they're saying, right? So you just need to know why someone thinks something, and then you can go, oh, they're right, and that's interesting, or the reason they've given is wrong, and that's interesting because I can understand why they've come to the conclusion they've come to. Probably Jason Murphy. Probably. Right. Oh my goodness. think that the handling under the limit seems quite good in this. But look at the... Why is it AI in that absolute perfect line? Yeah, the handling's improved. It's a lot less... it's a lot less binary in behaviour. Probably need a circular wheel for this car. To reset my force feedback settings as well. There is multiplayer now, I think, that they're testing. Yeah, the issue I had is that in the version that I tried, there was no feel for the front end, and the cars were tripping over themselves in terms of the force feedback, and you couldn't hold combined slip naturally. So you have good force feedback for the rear coming out, but that's just like one of the most basic things you'd expect in any game. That's what a lot of people think is good force feedback. It's weird because the cars are also like overly agitated in this. They're like overly overly snappy in some ways. It's strange. And then also there's the AI is atrocious. There's delay in the physics and the input as well. So like there's delay between the force feedback and what's happening, or there's potentially a delay in the physics and how that... It's got the same problems that I think ACC has. It's very weird. You're here for the moaning. The chip gets activated. Chip gets activated. What I do find weird with Kunos is they made AC1. So why? Like ACC's shit, right? But I think they had years of people telling them it was okay. But it's shit. Any real driver I've spoken to that's a good driver is like shit, and it obviously is. Like you can, as soon as you jump into ACC, you can feel it's terrible. Like it's delayed and there's like no dynamic range and stuff. And I think Evo's inherited some of those qualities, but they massively improved the like the cars don't just trip over themselves. The AI's fucking terrible. The cars, let's just do laps without AI. The AI is useless. I mean, bloody hell, guys. They don't get stuck over the limit, so that's a good thing, but Yeah, I was driving the F40. Yeah, like it's just night and day if you go from this to AC1. This bloody AI, turn that off. Got practice. Right. I don't think they did anything with the AI for this version. Bad talk in the game for views. Yeah, that's how that works. You need to understand how influencing works. You actually get a lot more views and money for being positive. Yeah. Oh no, someone's consistently honest and critical. Therefore, they're a shill and they're bad talking something for views. Oh look, someone's saying something positive. Therefore, they're a shill. Can't win. You cannot win as a YouTube. Like, yeah. Yeah, bad talking it for views. That's how that works. Which is why you'll notice influencers of big titles that are literally paid off by the developer always say bad things to get all the views. That's how it works. We haven't tried it. We're going to try them today. But you see, when you get into slip in this, it doesn't have that balance that AC1 has or AMS1. It basically just, you've got grip and then you haven't. It's controllable now though, so it doesn't bin you, which is a big thing. But there's a zero force feedback for the front end grip. Zero. It's all the rear rotation on the car. You can add in a vibration for understeer, which is what you could do in AC, which is nice, good effect to have. But you need a range of force, which is what we've been saying for like 6 years since ACC. That has to come through. I mean, that's me downshifting too much, but so. But I think they've done a good job on the under the limit grip levels, if that makes sense, and the under the limit sort of initial like diff behaviour. Do you see what I mean? Like the cars that aren't sliding all over the track like they do in PMR and AMS2. So it's like the base tyre grip levels and the base response of like the diff and stuff, suspension going over the bumps, all that stuff is really good. But the moment you actually try to overdrive or hold slip or push, I'll keep downshifting in a second there, don't need to. It's like the physics just break as soon as you get to the limit, or like they go into like weird, like just do you know what I mean? That was the whole point of AC1, is that at the limit that's when it's joyful. It feels like a chore every time the rear comes out in this. It feels like a chore that you're catching the car. It's like, oh shit, the rear's come out. Whereas in AC1, when the rear comes out, it's like, oh yeah, woo. Do you know what I mean? That's the crux of it, and the reason that so it's to do with balance at the limit, balance when you're in slip, like drifting, which you can do with all cars, basically. How balanced that is, and then combined with having the feel for the front tyres. I don't think you can actually feel the point at where the rear comes out either in this. You're used to AC force feedback. Now I play iRacing, PMR. We spent 6 hours setting up PMR. Force feedback feels nothing like AC. We play AMS1. I can jump into AMS1 immediately. I hadn't played AMS1 for 5 years. At Sim Racing Expo, I jumped onto Neil Housenveld's rig and just drove, and it felt immediately intuitive. Immediately. And I hadn't played AMS1 for like 3 years. So, no. And I could feel what the cars were doing immediately. F4 car, F3. So, no, it's not that I'm used to one sim. Also, iRacing with Marvin's app feels nothing like AC, but it's about having the detail for the fronts. You might be confusing a skid pan. No. No. I'm just telling you this is not correct. There you go. So I know what I'm talking about. Sorry. That's my argument. I know. Initial weight is a lot better now, so you can tell when you're loading the car up, and on the power through corners, you can feel the car loading up for the rear loading up. So that, you know, that sort of aspect is there. There's nothing for the front tyres on the braking. Nothing for the front tyres at all. For like, and off power, front end grip loss. Source, trust me, bro. You have to drive this. There's a delay as well, so you have to drive it preemptively. There's some sort of delay either in the force feedback or in the physics, and then the response of or the tyres or whatever's going on, and the response of the tyres to your input. There's some delay there, which ACC has as well. It could be a delay in the way it drives the force feedback. It could be a delay in the way the tyres respond, which is not. That's something that's not in iRacing. Doesn't have that. LMU doesn't have that. AC1 doesn't have that. LFM doesn't have that. AMS1 doesn't have that. Richard Burns Rally doesn't have that. It could be the case that AC Rally might have these issues as well. I think there's something fundamentally messed up with ACC tyre physics. Whatever it is, whatever happened there, there's something they've put in that's shit. Probably from absurd complexity. A lot of people will think this is amazing, though. It's not terrible, to be clear. It's not terrible. It's a big improvement over the last version. It's a lot more drivable. So, if you're someone that's also driving preemptively and well under the limit, you won't notice. And a lot of people drive like that, so they don't notice these physics issues. And that's most. A lot of sim racers don't actually have a feel for balancing at the limit, and they drive like how you have to drive iRacing, so they don't notice these things at all. So basically, you just have to drive this way more preemptively. Why do you think real cars are easy to get sideways and drift? Well, I haven't said that real cars are easy to get sideways and drift, but real cars tend to be relatively stable in slip, and it's incredibly intuitive if you have a basic feel for counter steering. But that might not be easy. Is the wrong word to use. Different people will find it different, right? But I mean, you literally have someone that only did drifting in AC go from AC drifting to pro drifting, and within like 2 slides they were driving at like a professional level. So that's from AC1. So obviously AC1 must be good enough for that, right? Obviously they're a very good driver, and maybe they would be good if they went from anything. There's other arguments you can make, but clearly AC1 was not problematic. Yeah, AC1 is arguably the response of the tyres and how consistent it is overly simplistic. That's what you notice with AC1, is that it's overly simplistic, it's overly clean. Same with AMS1. It's overly like predictable. It's too predictable, right? And no, you don't know. You don't need mods for AC1 to be great. What is it with these made-up views? It's not true. Go and play AC1.
Mind the gap.
We'll drive some other. No, they definitely changed the. This car drives a lot better than it used to. I've already driven the new Formula car and some of the other vehicles. I had a press version. I was playing it last night. No, AC1 without mods. This is a total myth. You can. I've completed AC1. Why do people just repeat stuff that's absolutely not true? AC1 has a Porsche 2017 Porsche Cup car, drives amazing. Lotus 211 drives amazing. The F2004, still one of the best Formula cars in sim racing. There's a whole bunch of vintage cars. Now, the thing is, I'm not saying those cars line up to the real cars, because they clearly don't in many ways, but the driving process of them is fantastic. So, it doesn't look nice, it doesn't have as many tracks, but there's plenty of cars in stock AC that are still better than lots of mod cars. Like, you probably just haven't driven all the cars in the game to know. I mean, it also has like super weird cars, like the default, the McLaren they've got in there. I'm not saying all the cars are great. Yeah, it's like, I don't know where this idea that, like, and also, mods use the same physics engine. I know, right, Shader Patch allows some additional tweaks and changes, some animation improvements, and some aspects of physics tweaks and stuff. But the fundamental driving of the mods in AC1 comes from the fundamental physics, the tyre model, the force feedback that's in the basic game. So the physics are there. Like, it's not that the modders fixed the physics. Like, the mods are using the physics. I don't know where this thing comes from, because anytime a game has mods, people are like, "Oh yeah, the mods fix it." It's like, well, not really. They add to it. The graphics mods certainly add a lot visually, and the stuff like cruising and even pedestrians. So I'm not undermining what modders have done. All the system stuff as well with like the VRC cars. So that's been added in. But you'll notice the best mods actually drive more like Kunos cars. So one of the things with RSS cars, for example, they actually drive worse in many ways than stock AC cars, because for some reason RSS somehow managed to mute the force feedback details. And I like RSS cars, they're really good cars, but you could argue that the modders that somehow deviate from the core physics actually make things handle worse in many ways. So, the point is, it's driving process. Thanks for resubbing, Chedhead. So, with this now, with EVO, they've made it so that the cars you can catch oversteer without the car just turning off, but it still has the preemptive driving well, there's a couple of things still off with this. One, basically every slide is effectively a power slide in the cars that are more grippy. So the slide that you're going to do is based off the initial entry, and then it's like a power slide that you're poking back rather than a slide you're actually drifting and controlling properly. Exact same problem that ACC has. There's also feels like it feels like Kunos have still put in their own damper filter into the force feedback, and maybe even like inertia. Could be coming from the tyre model or tyre carcass or whatever with the physics. Doesn't matter. But it means that the force feedback feels disconnected from the vehicle. There's some sort of like weird smoothing in here that you need to be able to remove as an end user. It's not to do with graphics latency. ACC's got the exact same sort of thing. It's like you're waiting for the car to come out of its slide that it was already doing, rather than you being in control. Yeah, I think AC Rally... I think something... Kunos did something with ACC tyres that was really shit. And they need to go... They just need to get back to AC1. No, I wouldn't say it's terrible. On the grand scheme of things, I think this is very drivable. The under-the-limit handling, the grip levels, and the basic nature of the vehicles is very good. The basic grip of the tyres on the road, right? The sort of basic... The basic underlying handling is a lot better than, say, like AMS2, PMR. You know, if you're under the limit, if you're under the limit, it's fantastic. It seems to me very good under the limit. Hello, Falcon Swifter. I try and publish some streams, but it confuses people when a stream's uploaded on YouTube. I think Twitch saves them. Why did I make 10 videos about how great AC Rally is, then made a sudden U-turn? Well, so I haven't made a sudden U-turn. What I do is I make an overview video that explains how something is from the perspective of, like, most people. You know, like, this is mostly good for XYZ reasons. This is a bit bad. This is good. Then I focus on individual components and go into detail on individual components. So in AC Rally, the force feedback is total shit, right? So I'll do a video saying, I like AC Rally, I'm really enjoying it, I've spent 20-30 hours playing it. However, the force feedback is shit. That doesn't then mean that I think the whole game is shit. I don't like my... Every time I do a video isn't like my current emotional state of the entirety of the game. A video is like, here's a component. I even say in those videos, I'm really loving this game, but this aspect of the physics, this aspect of the force feedback is not very good compared to other sims, you know. Mazda Chris, well, not really. If you're poning it, you actually should be using the force feedback even more in a rally game, feeling out where the grip is on that bit of surface, and then using it to work out how much you can chuck the car into the corner. So it really is important, actually. For detail, it is actually really quite important. Also, if you go from like one type of surface to another on a rally stage, you really need that. Yeah, like or the way that the force feedback automatically catches the car, or to what degree, is very important. And to understand where the weight of the vehicle is, or if it's actually got into the corner. No, Niels, don't be ridiculous. Surely, at the point of where you're braking, that's when you want your steering wheel to be wrenched out of your hands at 20 Newton meters. At low speed, when you're right between two small bits of wall.
Watched stream of 2025.
Oh no!
Congratulations.
Oh no!
Also, LMUFFB is fine. Sorry, you were wrong.
You're wrong. Yeah. So when you're just braking, to get the car nosed into a tight corner. The crucial part of the apex, when you've got stuff either side of you, is precisely the moment that you want the wheel to go and then go left and right as if you're on a pirate ship in a storm. Obviously, that's how real cars force feedback would be designed. Just out of basic logic, you would obviously make cars do that. This is a big improvement over the previous versions. The rear, so you can feel the aligning forces.
Pace car is out of control.
When it initially wants to go out, but there's no feel for the front end. There's no front end feel, guys. Kunos are back at it. They're back at it, guys. Maybe I should have been even more annoying about ACC's force feedback. I think Kunos got away with it with ACC because a lot of people came to ACC that weren't AC players, and so they only came to ACC. So that's all they'd played, and then ACC was on console. It was popular as esports, good for streamers, and so they got away with it, right? And so their feedback would have been, oh, you know, we've done pretty good, and it's only Gamer Muscle who's an idiot. This Gamer Muscle's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about, you know, or, you know, why does he keep going on about it? It's not the most important thing. It's just Gamer Muscle, right? So, and it was basically, I felt like it was, maybe there was a couple of other people, but out of every other content creator, influencer, I was the only one that would keep going on about ACC's front end feel, to the point that it's a meme. In the sim racing industry, people take the piss out of me for going on about the front end feel, which is fine. I find it funny. But why on earth was that just me? And now the thing is, because people have played AC1 and that's got a lot bigger, EVO is now compared to AC1. So now Kunos are getting thousands of people saying what I was saying about ACC, but they're saying it for EVO. So I don't think they can get away with it. Like, it's not really about getting away with it. They're just trying to do a good job. But, you know, the fact that, you know, you need to be able to feel the front tyre grip in a simulator. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. And actually, I was messing around with force feedback in AC1. There's some scripts you can get, and I had one of the scripts I had actually gets rid of the front end feel in AC1, and it makes it drive so much worse. Oh yeah, no, I got me and Random Callsign both got death threats from ACC fans, by the way, just to be clear. I don't think they were very good threats, but still telling us to hang ourselves. It wasn't to do with physics, it was to do with us saying that they shouldn't have marketed it as competitive multiplayer when it didn't really have it. But it's alright. Me and Callsign can hang from the gallows. What's this about ImSim? ImSim paid Kunos, so we have to buy an ImSim for the... Yeah. Their budget, £300,000 sim rig. To be fair, I like the guys at ImSim. And their rigs are awesome, but they're not made for us plebs, are they? the rig that has 3 active pedals. Stupid. Oh dear. It has improved, yeah. It is good improvement, but I'm coming at this from the perspective of someone that plays Assetto Corsa 1, and I think Kunos can make something as good or better than AC1. Thank you. Your channel's very successful. It wasn't always that successful. Yeah, no, I do. You will get some morons, obviously, for sure. That's fine. I don't mind that. ImSimp. I know that's what I say I am. I really like what they do. I really like their the way their wheel deck moves, the way their hydraulics are set up on their sim rig, and it's super solid. And they keep the monitors separate. They make good design decisions, like subtle but good design decisions. They're also not, I don't find them egotistical at all, so I like that as well. They're not pretentious. and I really don't like pretentious stuff. With Rob's, I have an irrational annoyance from things that are pretentious. Bribed you to subscribe. Anyway, we won't keep repeating ourselves. What we'll do is we'll do a bunch of races and stuff. This lighting looks fantastic. I think the graphics in this are actually really quite good. I'm not sure if it's running better than it was before, but the lighting in this is actually really quite nicely done. Yeah, so see, we'll do some online racing. I worry that a lot of sim races, and maybe people testing these games, they drive preemptively, right? It's a driving style. It's a good driving style for speed. You drive preemptively, and I worry that some developers maybe only have drivers that drive preemptively because that's what they've got used to, and so it seems normal. And I find this is actually an issue I think you get with very skilled sim racers, especially like skilled iRacers. They learn to drive preemptively. It's a very good skill to have, and you have to do that to go fast. But you need to not drive preemptively and intentionally do this. So the Schumacher driving style, where you intentionally overdrive to then drive reactively based off what's happening and responding based off the force feedback. You need that, and that needs to work. But what happens is people get experienced at a video game or driving sim, and they learn what you can and can't do through trial and error, and then they just drive preemptively to avoid those things you can and can't do. So then I think developers then maybe don't realise what's wrong in some ways with the game, like, or they don't see it as such a big issue. I do not understand, though. I don't understand how a developer can not see that you need a range of force for the front tyres for understeer effectively. The resistance increases as you go faster, or as you got more downforce and they got more grip. If the fronts start washing out, there needs to be like a really detailed lightening of the force. So if you were currently pushing into a corner, you're currently pushing into it, wheel is pushing against you. If the front starts to slip, there needs to be like you're holding the wheel in the same position, but it requires less force to push against. So if you were to let go of the wheel, it would actually go the other way a bit. But it needs to, like, the force needs to drop off, and it needs to not just drop off as a binary, it needs to describe the slip curve of the tyre. And you can do that, like, a lot of the YouTubers just slated PMR's force feedback, which is understandable. The defaults are completely shit. Do not know what they were thinking. But you can, and also PMR's tyres are very, like, vague and sloppy, I would say, like way worse than AC and EVO in some ways. But you can feel the grip coming off. AC1, you feel it's like really detailed for like the front, and that once you know how to drive and you're not really worrying about the back of the car because you know all the situations where the back's going to come out, you actually use that front end feel coined game of muscle. That is what you actually use to know how fast you're entering into a corner, or how if the fronts have grip that will then hook up, or if you're going too fast, or if you could have gone faster. It describes like the subtle front end feel. It's in AC1, it's in PMR, it's in iRacing, I think, with Marvin's app. It's just that iRacing's physics are shit, so once you start sliding, it keeps sliding. well, this is very similar to ACC in many ways. In the handling, and a lot of people think ACC is fine, even though it's complete shit. Like, I'm very careful with what words I use because I wouldn't, I wouldn't want to use hyperbole, and I want to be, do you know what I mean? Like, right. The fact is, ACC is complete and utter shit in its physics. It's handling, it's force feedback, it's drivable. Look, okay, compared to many video games and many driving games, it's fine. The systems are good, the car models are good, the general grip levels are good, whatever, right? But for actual driving and balancing a car at a limit, actual driving, it's total shit. Like, what is absolutely terrible. And then all these people, because it's all they played was ACC, are like, oh, ACC. And it's like, guys, did you not play AC1? Did you not play AMS1? Did you not play Richard Burns Rally? Did you not play Live for Speed? So, it's... ACC's so bad and got a free pass somehow because it was quite popular. Now, good on, like, GT3's popular and the cars aren't... It's not that they don't drive like cars, right? But I'm so glad that Max Verstappen publicly said that, like, he kind of like danced around it a bit, just saying he doesn't like ACC. But I'm so glad he publicly said that because it's like that's the view that so many real drivers I know would immediately say, and anybody that enjoys balancing a car at the limit, ACC's dead. It's so soulless to drive. Anyway, I'm not a big fan of ACC. I wouldn't say I'm a particular, I think if I go to hell, it'll be sim rigs with ACC on everywhere. I would try the mod player. Oh man, I hate ACC so much. I think ACC sets sim racing back. Okay, I'll try the other. We've driven other cars. The Caterhams are actually the Caterham and cars like a Porsche Cup are very good cars for demoing tyre behaviour in a simulator because a Caterham actually drives a bit. I've never driven one, but somehow I have an intuition for these things, so just ignore what I'm saying. In real life, a Caterham actually drives really weird. Like they're very manoeuvrable at low speed and can do autocross and crazy stuff. But they're also well, there's lots of different types of Caterham. There's some with a limited slip diff, some without, whatever. So it depends which one you're talking about. Also depends what tyres you put on it. But they're quite a reluctant car in some ways. And so the drivers actually have to put them onto the tyres in many ways to get them to behave. So it's like Porsche Cup is quite similar. Like Porsche Cup doesn't make any sense under the limit. Like it doesn't really behave under the limit. The car has to be driven on the tyres for a Porsche Cup to work, and so they end up really highlighting physics issues. That's why the Porsche Cup in iRacing is so bad, because you're immediately on the tyres and then it's stuck in iRacing tyre mode. So there's videos of Caterhams. Oh, thank you. Oh no, ACC's the goat and coffee's better than tea.
ACC is the god and coffee is better than tea, lol.
Yeah, there's Caterhams that are like, I think the same speed as aerial atoms. That you watch racing with Caterhams, there's times that the car can be quite understeery. Different specs of car and stuff. But in the Caterham Cup race series, you can just watch the onboards and you can see there's times where a driver can't get the car through the corner, so he's literally hammering the throttle on and off the throttle to try and induce lift off oversteer, or like, you know, just like trying to wrench the car through the corner to try and negate the understeer. So there's some they behave. There's really weird behaviours in a lot of real world vehicles that you don't tend to get. I mean, Sims don't seem to really capture those aspects. Any sim, to be honest. But right, let's see this online stuff here. Oh, my catering just got squashed. Just got squashed. That's it. It's gone. It's amazing. You can fit a caterer in a Ferrari, but you didn't know that. Right. How do we do? Where do we do online? Why are we stuck here? Drive. Okay. Multiplayer we go. Here we go. So now we have this daily racing portal. So this is, at the moment, this is like super duper beta, alpha. It's super early days. So I think at the moment it takes you to a website when you click it. However, I imagine the plan would be to have it all work in the game. So this is all like mega beta stuff. So we just click that. It's just took us to a website. It's probably getting hammered though. It's probably dead. Oh no! You connect your account to start racing. Okay, connecting my account. Signing in. So this will be all presumably integrated into the sim, but at the moment it's separate, so they can test it. Browse all daily races. I think the server's gone down. There's too many people trying to race. There's no events. Okay, so I think the servers are being hammered, which is understandable. So let's see the Kunos servers. Yeah, everyone will have jumped on today, and preferring to completely different one. A lot of setups remove the lift oversteer effect, as they would rather have the throttle do everything than have the understeer feeling when you go on gas too much. We tried Alton Park actually earlier. Road Atlanta. I don't know what the ping of this server is. Ferrari F40. Oh, this is... Is that hiding locked or not? Only servers that don't... Right, change the graphic so that when you click it, it's a padlock that's locked. When the colour, change it so that... Right. Is that open or locked? It looks open, so I would assume, given that the padlock is open, it's showing open servers. When I click this, it's showing locked servers, maybe? Change the icon to a locked padlock. I think those are locked. I don't know. Oh, dear. What's this? Only show servers... currently selected card. They need to change that, don't they? Semi-lock pen. I don't know. Hang on. Is this sorting by less or more? Oh, that's more. Right, there you go. These are all in practice mode. Nürburgring. What we got here? There's no one in them. Oh, there's no ping. It's not showing the ping. Okay. There's quite a few people that have loaded up the sim to try it out. I think there's still a lot of hype behind Evo. I don't know section. It's too confusing. Pleasure Island? Oh, that's the name of the server. I was going to say, what on earth is that? These are all practice servers, I think. I want to race. This server browser is so terrible. Race weekend. Here we go. Brands Hatch, but that's locked. Okay. What? Surely you'd want to filter by type, right? Can you do that? No, you can't filter by the thing that you'd really want to filter by. Some of the stuff in this is just so weird. Well, hang on. Can we? Oh, there you go. If you click that, if that's selected, it only shows open servers. Oh dear. Okay, can we join this during the race? Got a invaluable. Oh, it's locked. Hang on, but I selected no server password, but it's locked. I've been kudos trolled. Yeah, no one's getting any RAM in any time in the next 3 years. Oh, are these all locked then? Is that now not locked? Wow. But it didn't have the padlock lit up. I don't know. Qualifying. Nürburgring. 24-hour race. Why would we want to do a 24-hour... Oh, is that the track? Or this is honestly... I think this is honestly the worst server browser in the history of server browsers. I mean, fortunately, they've got that other system, but it's not working at the moment. So, probably take at least a day for that to calm down. Half a day watching confused. Yeah, well, the UI on this game is so absurdly bad. It just doesn't make sense. Like, AC Rally's got a good UI. Well, it's fine. Best UI design of the year. It's just confusing. I clicked the padlock and now this is here. Why? I can't even find... What I want is a race server that's currently in practice or qualifying. That's what any... Right, what's the first thing? If you were to join a multiplayer server and you're like, join a game, and you're like, right, I want to do some online racing. The first thing you would look for is a race server that's in practice or qualifying with maybe a car and track you want to drive. So what would be the filters that you would want to enable that? It's not hard. Oh, thank you, Buckle. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, we can search for race. Good idea. Oh, no, we need quali. How do you spell quali? I'll put Q in. Here we go. But... that's how you design user interfaces based off what's the most likely thing the users are going to be wanting to do. At least that's how I would, but I'm an idiot, so you know. Maybe Kunos probably have some master plan here. This is like they probably, you know, it's some like some Italian cooking. Maybe it's like you cook the pizza base first and then put the toppings on it. I don't know. Can you join race weekends? Don't know. Let's try joining this and see what happens. And then now the thing is, this server just has shitloads of random cars in it. It's like a tourist. It's not a race weekend. It's a tourist farting type server, but it's called race weekend. But that's not what you want. Hello, Strike Fried Pilot. Ah, dear. Thanks for subscribing, Counter Debate. 40 months, Days of Blunder, 17 months.
UNOS active the chip.
Oh no, the chip. I've drunk enough tea to subdue the chip for a bit. Thanks, guys, for all your memberships. I know. 15 clicks. That's how you get your exercise. Oh dear. Who doesn't like a farting? So why is this all Nurbert? Right, let's join. Oh, it's 300p. Every time the one you want to join. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Like, how can it be this hard? Freaky leak. If I drink enough tea and I keep it topped up, it calcifies the chip. Shall I just try and join any? Let's just join this. Oh, here we go. Look. Random call signs car. And every other car under the moon. With every livery for every car. Why do we need... What? Why? Why is there all these? Why? 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 Like, why? What is it? It looks like a Counter-Strike 2 case drop. It looks like one of those things where it shows all the if you've got to get guns or a knife or something and it scrolls through them. Oh, you've got this car. Unlock this car. How is this good design? Oh, come on, Kudos. It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make. I'm going to click join and see what happens. Don't even know why. Just join and see what. Oh, server's full. Why? Why? I just don't. I don't understand what's going on in sim racing these days. Like, why did PMR launch with like 30 FPS and default settings that are obviously going to make everybody think everything is totally shit in the game? Like, why? Why would you have 3 force feed, 6? Why would you have a main menu force feedback setting, which is how other sims do it, but those aren't the same as other sims, and then every car has like 6 force feedback settings? Why not? Okay, but then why would you not have defaults that are good? Why would your defaults be the worst possible setting? What's going on with sim developers? Like, honestly, what is going on with them? Like, how did gaming get like this? It's like sim developers just don't care. They're just like, well, the end users can fix it. Oh dear, sim racing. I mean, even BeamNG's user interface is a nightmare. Like, you go to an option and this sidebar scrolls up to the screen with like the Dead Sea Scrolls of options that could all do anything. You're like, what? What's this going on about? And then you click on the option. It's like, oh, yeah, but BRT, those servers are down, you munchkin. Dear, I'm gonna quit sim racing and go to flight sim. Yeah, they're down, BRT. Why do you think we're in that server list? I need a fish on my head. We're on that. No, it's it was live. We just a second ago tried to go on it and all the servers disappeared. It went down. You sausage! You versed? The daily racing server. Yes, they are! They were down! We just tried it a second ago! I'm not Johnny A, am I? I can try again. He might have loaded into his game before it went down. This is my live streamer face. Every time I play a driving sim now, this is what happens. So that's what you have to prepare yourself for. This is how you end up playing flight sims. Yeah, that's it goes. They'll do it. I think the plan is for it to be in the simulator. This is just beta at the moment. could have asked when they... No, they know my views. They watch my live stream, unfortunately. Unfortunately for Davide and Marco and Niels Niox, they sadly do catch our live... They know my views. I know Niels Niox reasonably well. Sadly for him, we've talked for hours about pointless stuff. So, which he regrets every moment of it, I'm sure. Oh, here we go. It is working now. It's back. It is back. Yeah, no, it just didn't load. It just messed up. GT4 Sprint schedule. Grid open, 4 p.m. Okay. Nice website design. At least SimGrid has good UI design. Whoever's behind SimGrid's done a really good job. I think they should get a pay rise. I think SimGrid, they should probably get. This is the only enjoyable part of EVO at the moment, so I think they should get a massive pay rise. And then they can pass some money to me. Oh no, application error. Take it back. SimGrid's broken. Take it back. No pay rise. Oh no, it's broken. An error occurred. The application and your page could not be served. I've been served. If you are the application owner, check your logs. I'm not the application owner. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people. Oh no, maybe it's working. Oh no, register. I think it is halfway. I think there's just some like bugs. It is beta, guys. Early access. Event registration. Here we go. GT4, Porsche Cayman. I agree to respect all other drivers on track. I'm clicking it, but come on. Engage in reckless driving. Rage quitting is for losers. Hang on, I'm a loser. That's not nice. I'm registering. I think I am. Oh, it's loading. We're getting warm now. Sim racing is well good for warming you up. We're registering to a multiplayer race to try and do SimGrid. It says I'm registered. I think the website's a bit slow. I think it's getting hammered. No, because we literally tried it, BRT, and it didn't work, which is why we... Yeah, things change. Things change. So sometimes things work and sometimes they don't, right? And the first time we tried it, it didn't work. So that's why we were looking in the game. And now it says we're not registered even though we are. So, unexpected error. So, it's still not working. So, I think the server's just getting hammered. It doesn't... MMK, I've not noticed on my system any improvement in performance. It's not letting me register for some reason. Probably knows I'm such a bad driver. Let's try refreshing this again. I'm banned. Maybe if I do it with the game turned off. Let's do that. Let's turn the game off. Oh, did it not work for you, Thomas? See, me and Thomas are connected via some like quantum... some like bizarre quantum entanglement. I'm trying to join the GT4 Super Sprint. We've got 11 minutes to keep clicking refresh. Have they, Dark Soul Hunter? Oh, it worked! Right, so now what do we do? Do we need to load the game up? Well, I'm loading the game up anyway because I don't trust my computer. I have computer trust issues. What did you think, Thomas, of the understeer feel? What did you think? I contest that there's no front end feel in EVO, And I think that's a crucial thing missing. And AC1's got much better physics. Sit and wait for a button and then close it before you press join server. Yeah, see, Jacksaw agrees, and Jacksaw's always positive. So if Jacksaw is critical, then Jacksaw's always high on fermented potato. You can't put your finger on it. I can. There's too much built-in damper that's just there that you can't get rid of. It also feels like they might have included some built-in inertia, which is effing awful. It could be that it's the tyre that's caught. You know, it's entirely possible it's just from the way the tyre works that it's causing some form of like inertia or delayed response. But there's a delay. There's a delayed response between when the car does stuff and then how it responds to the steering, and then what you get with the force feedback. So if you get in a tank slapper, there'll even be points where you know you're on top of it, so you actually counter steer it sooner than the car's visually moved because you're experienced at driving, and you will feel the force feedback cross over itself because it's out of sync with the vehicle. so yeah, it's super weird. It feels terrible. It makes it. ACC has the same problem. Well, the force feedback in AC is driven, or in EVO and AC, it's driven by the tyre model and the steering rack. But the thing is, there will still be a degree of filtering that they apply to it, which they need to just get shit off. They need to get rid of it because... Oh, can I join the server? Oh, no. Starts in 30 minutes. Because... GT4 Porsche Brands Hatch in 13 minutes. The thing is, you're much better off generally using filters on your wheelbase than from the video game. You want as pure of a signal from the game to your wheelbase so that you can then do what you want with it on your wheelbase. And if the game puts damping into the force feedback, or if that's the type of signal that you get from the game, you will just lose so much detail, especially on low-end wheels. It'll feel terrible. And it's just taking away control from the player. So obviously the downside is if you do like what PMR did, where it exposes the force feedback entirely to the player, if the defaults are shit, it's going to confuse everybody and they won't know what's going on. But you can have good defaults and expose stuff to the player. But Project Motor Racing. So, but it could just be that the thing is, both EVO and ACC do have a range of grip over the limit, right? You can see it. Like you can go on ACC, you can go at Barcelona, the uphill corners. When the front's loaded up, you can get on the throttle and you can see the front wash out and grip back, wash out and grip back. And there's no change in the force feedback, but there's very clearly a change in the grip, slip and grip of the tyre, right? So, the physics are there. It's just not represented in the force feedback. Normally, what causes that to not be represented in the force feedback is if there's too much filter on the force feedback. I'm not sure what else causes it. You can create EVO and ACC force feedback with scripts in AC1, but normally you need a very clean force feedback signal to be able to get that load change in. So AC1 force feedback, as far as I understand, is basically it's the same force feedback that this has. It's just that the physics are different, so the tyre model's affecting the force feedback differently. Kill the filters movement. But yeah, you need to be able to feel when you've got grip. The more grip you have, generally it's a bit heavier, and as the grip goes down on the front tyres, the force feedback gets lighter. So what you're pushing against gets lighter. So the wheel is effectively still. But you feel those load changes due to the grip. And then if the back comes out, you still get the counter steer and stuff. I don't know why. I don't know. It's so crucial. It's so vital to being able to... You need to be able to understand what the front and rear of a car is doing in a sim. Obviously, a wheel is a two-dimensional device. So you do get the risk of, like, conflicts, and it's never going to be perfect, but... just turn all the filters off in Moser software, and then see what you can get from the game. And then if it's overactive, then you can add some filters back on. I don't get why I get so much backlash about force feedback. Not now, weirdly. Less so now, but especially with ACC, we would get slaughtered constantly. Yeah, it's so weird. I feel like there's a huge number of sim racers that have only really played iRacing, ACC, or you know, I don't think they've ever set up AC1 properly, and so they don't know what they're missing. They've got used to it. You can drive iRacing without Marvin Zapp and be very fast, like 6-7k I rating, and you know, so they don't know. They don't realise. You're not getting any front end feel section. What you're feeling is the suspension loading up, and then people confuse that with the grip of the tyre. You'll notice once you've loaded the car into a corner, once you've loaded the car into a corner, so you're no longer getting suspension compression changes, then you'll see that there's no variation until you're like massively in a huge slide, and it's like, well, that's just ridiculous. That's well over the limit. So no subtle front end feel. Exactly, Random. As far as I can tell so far, we'll test it more. We will give it a fair shot, but I did a few hours yesterday on the press version, and then I was like, oh shit, because at Sim Racing Expo, I was like, oh, the F4 car. It was like I wasn't just binning the car like I was on the previous version. So I was like, well, oh well, that seems really promising. The force feedback's much better than before. I think the force feedback's the same as before. The handling is better than before, but it's terrible compared to AC1. So it's worse force feedback than PMR by miles. PMR's got weird. I think it's got quite weird physics. Gamer Muscle's nailing it on the head. Random Call Sign's got like deft hands for front end feel. Random Call Sign's happy with a brick. I don't know what's wrong with you, Random. You've always...
The pace car is out of control.
This is why you like Alfa Romeos. I agree with Random Call Sign on a lot of stuff, but I think on force feedback he's got like I don't know. Project Motor Racing. Why don't they invite me for... No, I've spoken with them. It's not that simple. It's not... The reason why an end result occurs in a simulator is normally due to a whole bunch of other stuff. So, also, they might prefer it as a developer. They might have bad taste. They might prefer it like this. Some people do. So, but you should have the option. You can remove front-end feel with settings anyway if you wanted to. Thanks for subscribing there. But, yeah, it's so weird. It's so fundamental to driving, being able to feel if the fronts are biting or not. Why would, if you can't feel it, you can't really drive naturally.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that Kuhn... to be fair to them, I do think the underlying driving mechanics, apart from in slip, when you're holding slip over the limit and the drifting stuff seems messed up on the slick tyres, but the under the limit and the initial catchability of a slide does seem a lot better now, but it's miles off AC1. So, do they use buzzing? The haptic triggers? I'm not sure if they've set that up with this. If they release on console, they'll probably do that. I think the difficulty is when you've got tighter tyres that are more responsive, it's a lot harder for more detailed force feedback to come from them as well. So the more peaky the tyres are in a driving sim, the less built-in damper you can have in a simulator, the more direct, the higher quality the force feedback needs to be. So in a sense, if you've got more realistic tyres, because real tyres are actually super like on and off, they're very narrow in like compared to certain games, right? But that means the force feedback needs to be driven really clearly. Like you need to feel the force feedback before any power steering stuff. Maybe like it's literally as if it was a absolute solid steering racket if it's directly attached to the tyres, maybe. Because a simulator is not real life. Right? You need to be able to feel what the car's doing through the wheel, which you don't in a real car. If I hear another person say, I've driven this car to track and the force feedback was really dampened and I couldn't feel much, and this simulator got that just right. So I think it's the most realistic. It's just like, oh my God, you don't know what you're talking about whatsoever. Everybody knows that real cars often have no feel through the wheel. You drive through your body. You literally do not understand simulators, but I feel like you are in a position to say something, but you're not. You're an idiot. I'm like, oh dear. 10 years of the same stupid comments from people. So they're understandable comments. In fairness, if you don't know, you don't know. But you like the force feedback. No escape from random. How can you like the force feedback in this? It's terrible. You're undermining yourself as a. Do you like the force feedback in AC Rally? I think it's the same as it was before. I think the physics are slightly better. But it's useless effectively. It's good for stopping you spinning, and it's the roll of the rear comes through better, but that's just like the most basic aspect of force feedback that you'd expect from like R Factor 1. We're waiting for the server to start in 2 minutes. That's why we're chatting. Well, I was arguing with Aris like I normally do. I really like Aris, and I was when we were playing his torture device, which is a really good. It's a good thing. It's an interesting concept. I mean, Formula 1 teams have used something similar for a while, and Aris is like, well, because we don't want to put fake forces into it and stuff, and it's like, Aris, that's not the point. It's not the point, Aris. No, Aris doesn't work at Kudos anymore, by the way. No, it doesn't, Random. It doesn't. AC Rally has massive physics issue where the wheels lock and get stuck, and so that's going to be reflected in the force feedback, and then the force feedback snags and tugs the wheel if a wheel locks. So it's got huge, and it also doesn't have any feel for the front end again. So look, I'm sorry, Random. I agree with you with a lot of stuff, but for some reason you've got some like blind spot for force feedback. You even think true force is good. So I mean, I'm sorry. MC Muscle's already proved that to be incorrect. Where's Dave Cam? We'll have an argument with Dave Cam. Popcorn. Fight. Force feedback fight. The worst fight imaginable. It's like watching toddlers slap each other with an ice cream. Yeah, well, I mean, you might be right about that, Random. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely some weird... There's a whole bunch of weird stuff going on with ACR's force feedback, for sure. What do developers contact me? No, they watch my live stream. They hate... I know the guys that work on these games. I'm well annoying to them. It's not that simple. It's not a case. There's a really common misconception with Sims. It's not a case of a developer not knowing what certain people think is good or bad, or what certain people think might be good or bad. That's not the issue. Sims are very complicated, and it's very hard to get specific results out of Sims, especially when you get more and more complicated simulators. Hang on, race starting. So, oh, okay. What's happening here? Click join server. This is working. It's very hard to get a specific end result. Oh. What's going on here? You don't have access to this registration. I don't think it worked. Oh, no. Yeah, I think their servers are getting hammered. I can't even click on anything. It's just gone back to the main menu now, so I'll refresh it again. Yeah, I think... yeah, so as I said to BRT originally... it's not working. It's probably just too many people signing up in one go. It's almost as if when you have an organised daily racing system, everyone will try and join it. Server filter. Well, let's just go back to the sim then. And let's just try in the game because their servers are getting destroyed. What do you want when the car's understeering? The force feedback should be lowering. By the way, I had a lot of games, and for me, AC Evo is already better than ACC and LMU. Well, ACC is total shit, so anything should be better than ACC for driving feel. And LMU also has completely shit force feedback as well. So LMU's only like fractionally better than ACC in force feedback, fractionally. And it's total shit. What you should be comparing it to is AMS1, Richard Burns Rally, and AC1. That's the comparison. Or iRacing with Marvin's app. So, yeah. Evo has more dynamics than LMU, but LMU's shit in force feedback. So I'll get mocked for that and slagged off. It's the truth, though. It's absolutely the truth. But, you know, all the dull GT3 drivers that played ACC, a lot of them have moved to LMU. So they're like, oh, God, GT3 with traction control, I love it. And they're all dead. These people are all dead inside. Anybody that likes a GT3 car in those simulators, they're all dead inside. Yeah, this is better than LMU's force feedback, in fairness, and ACC's, but that's not a good benchmark. That's like saying, The Matrix 2 is better than the Power Rangers film, you know? No, GT3 cars would be good in real life, and they're quite good in AC1. You need like really good slip behaviour at the limit for GT3 cars to then be compelling. Well, what should we do here? We can't really do anything, so we might as well just do single player.
Try to join now. It's working.
What was that from? Who said that? What? Thomas, it's working. What's working? Join what? Another server? Like, I can't even get the server on the screen. That was well loud. I can't even get the server on the screen to join. It doesn't even think I'm registered, I think. I could try the Roadstar Challenge, maybe.
I am on the daily race. It's working. Refresh.
I am, but I can't even see it. I think it's just not registered my entry. The text to speech. No, it says it keeps crashing. Application error. I think what it'll be is it'll work for certain people depending on what other sub servers and how servers and stuff work.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, MS2 force feedback's great.
There is the little pop-up box at bottom left. Click there.
I can't. All I've got is pop-up box at the bottom left. I don't even have a pop-up box at the bottom left. There isn't even a pop-up box. All I've got is the daily racing screen. If I click home. No, it's gone. I don't think it. It doesn't think I'm registered. I can't even sign up to news. It's messed up.
Lol, my English never sounds so good. I am well American.
Oh dear. Don't let other people find out about the text-to-speech option. Let's try and... it's event not found. Oh, this is all It's broken. Everything's broken. It's not working. I think these servers are just getting totally hammered. I know we go. Let's try and register to this. Right, I've registered to the Roadster Challenge. Unexpected error. Yeah, it's really not working well. Unexpected error. It's not. Yeah. Well, this is not working. Yeah, well, I mean, the expected errors are all right. Oh, I'm registered now. Well, we'll see if this works. 22 minutes. We can do some driving whilst we wait. It's not my PC, it's the server, innit? Right, what car should we drop? We got Alton Park here. What car should we drive, guys? Let's do the F40. Well, let's try the MX-5. I've not driven that yet. Well, I wonder why. Like, there's a lot of parameters. Obviously, it's obviously very hard for them to get the physics right. It's just what's weird to me, and I'm sure other people, like. Right. AC1 is literally being used by the current F1 world champion as a literal training tool and is happy enough for the world's greatest driver, arguably, to ever have exist, that grew up on driving sims and is demonstrably one of the best drivers ever. And they're happy with that, right?
I don't like
right, right.
Like the normalist.
In what scenario do you have arguably the greatest driver to have ever existed be like, yeah, this video game is really quite good and I will use it literally to train with?
F1 or GT mods. They're really good. It's really
right? If they are happy with that version of the game, why do anything different? Why do anything different? Why? Who? If it's good enough for the literal best driver to have ever existed, what's the point of all the other shit? What? Why? You're already better than every other video game. It doesn't make sense. NASA, we've just built a rocket that can get us to the moon very efficiently and totally safe with no danger at all. And it works perfectly. Okay. Oh no. This year we've decided to build a new rocket that occasionally just blows up randomly. Yeah, hypothetically it's faster and hypothetically it's cleaner and more advanced, but yeah, it actually blows up half the time and none of the previous astronauts really enjoy it or like it. But yeah, that's what we've moved to now, so deal with it. It doesn't make any sense. No, I'm not saying that AC1's perfect, but it's bizarre. Like, it's just from a purely sort of practical perspective. Right, if you literally took AC1, made the netcode a bit more polished, added in some the pit stop features and stuff, and built in ranked multiplayer, it is the best driving sim. Like, it'd immediately destroy iRacing for online racing. The fact that people are willing to hack in, like, low fuel motorsport and stuff into it, like, I do not understand. I don't understand. Hang on. Got a view for that. It's like you build the perfect pizza oven and it cooks perfect pizza, pretty not perfect, but very close to perfect pizzas, right? And you're like the most popular Italian in the village. And everyone comes round to your house to try your pizzas because they're not the best, they're not absolutely perfect, but they're really bloody good pizzas, and they're better than any pizza oven pizzas that anyone else makes. Could probably be a bit better, but they are the best pizzas in all of Italy. And then what you do, one day, you fill your pizza oven with water and go, I really think that sous vide pizzas are the future. And nobody asked for that. And it turns out that it's actually a lot worse. Maybe in the future it could be better. I'm just trying to give an analogy for people that are Italian, that they can understand. They get food. If it worked again, we'd still be bashing animals with rocks and making fire with sticks. No. The point would be, if you can't do something better, don't. If you've got so you've confused. What you've done now is you've mixed up different things, right? If you have something that's really, really good, you keep and you've not fulfilled the maximum potential of that known really good thing. You're not close to maximising the potential of that thing. You don't then move to a new thing when you can still maximise the potential of the old thing to a very high degree. There will be like a crossover point where it gets murky, but if you literally have... What we're talking about here is seal hunters have seal drone, like drones with guided automated seal missiles, right? And then someone's like, oh, actually, I think we can do even better than that. And then they've invented something that's worse, but maybe might be better. Yeah, AC does have tons of problems, so they could have fixed all those problems. That's what I'm saying. It's just not the driving isn't the problem. You have to move forward and innovate. It may not be better out of the gate. No, you're completely missing the point. You're totally missing the point. We've just explained why you're missing the point. I'm not saying don't innovate. I'm not saying don't try new things. I'm saying if you already have the best product on the market, but it's missing certain components that other people have already done better, keep the bit that works better than anything in existence, and then improve the parts that are worse than the other people's stuff, and then you'll have something that in totality is better than everything. And then once you've done that, then start going, right, we're gonna do some like massive innovation to the tyres. And right, fine, if the new thing was actually better, it would be fine. The problem is ACC is complete shit. Evo's actual end drive is way worse than AC1. If it was better in some way, fine, but it isn't. I wouldn't fixate on VRAM numbers because if you've got a lot of VRAM, a game might actually take advantage and use it. If you've got less, it might not use it. So the fixating on VRAM is a common mistake that people make. It's not the be all and end all. Let's turn the force feed back down here. I mean, yeah, I mean, if the devs think that this is better than AC1, I mean, I don't know what you can... Well, there'll be aspects to it that are better than AC1, for sure. Like, there'll always be components. Probably better off turning this down on my wheel, actually. Let's do that. Yeah, I really do appreciate developers releasing early access titles that I can then cover, and I make money and I get to be annoying. So I really appreciate that. It is nice of them. I do. That's very kind of them. We do, but we've got 12 minutes till we see if the thing works. Why are all the effects turned on? Because they don't actually... So, actually, we could do with turning the understeer effect down. I was messing around with it yesterday. Tyre slip is basically, if you just get understeer, you get a vibration, which is not a bad thing to have. I turned it up too high. Road effects just magnifies the road bump stuff. It's just vibrations. And ABS, again, is a vibration. These things do nothing to really help you drive the car, but they're like immersive. And given that there's no front end feel, having a vibration for the front's understeering is at least something. But these basically, people made a big fuss out of these being added to Evo. They're what were in AC and they don't really do anything. Like, they're nice to have as adjustable things, but they're basically pointless outside of immersion. So, but yeah, why not use them if you want a vibration for understeer? Why not? But yeah, just. Right, it's so disconnected. Why? It's like there's damping as I think there's a delay. Yeah. It's just not balanced. It's like so when a rear of a car comes out, it tends, for some reason, I don't know why it does this in real life, but it tends to pull the front of the car with it. you have to drive this preemptively because it doesn't actually make sense. As soon as it goes over the limit, it's mental. Under the limit, it's really good. Like, you know, seems totally normal, grip levels and everything. An MX-5 should be... want to rotate, but should also do it, you know, if you can steer straight away, you should be able to feel what's going on. It should all just sort of make sense. This dude is the most complaining sim racer I've ever watched. It's always something. I literally just point out the physics from someone that's experienced. It's not my fault. Yeah, what happens is you feel the rear come out and then you have to overcorrect and you're then waiting for the car to respond to that correction rather than it being hooked up immediately. Oh, I need to try the LMU update. It's super messed up. Yeah, the problem is I would rather just look. The irony, I don't enjoy being like this, right? I would rather just sit in a field meditating. You got, like, people be really surprised. My day-to-day life, I walk in fields. I genuinely, that's what I do for fun. I kayak, I rock climb, and I walk in fields. And I just sit there. I don't talk. I just sit there. I really enjoy it. I really love doing that. I hate cities. I hate noise. I would rather be sat here. Like you can see it when I play right. When we're flying gliders, I don't really talk that, but you just see when I'm playing gliders, I'm happy, right? Because there's nothing. Well, flight sim does have some problems, but you know, or when we're playing AC with subs, it makes sense. So what they have improved in this is that the cars are catchable, so you can learn to catch the rear. I'm sure the insane motion rig probably helped as well. It probably didn't have delay on the actuators, so maybe that helped. So what you have to do to drive this now is you just preempt it. You have to drive it more like iRacing, which people will learn, and then they will go, "Oh, it's totally fine. You just need to learn how to drive it." And yeah, and then they will be like, "Oh, it's a skill issue." And unfortunately, the more people play it, the more they'll take that view. You can walk in the field without a driving license. Oh, you can't. You need a field license. That's actually technically illegal. Well, it's not actually. UK has really good. UK has really good rules, but they're very confusing. Like, you can, like the trespass laws. You can walk on someone's property as long as you don't damage anything, and as long as you haven't broken and entered, which would be damaging something. You can walk on people's property. You can even walk in the house, technically. If they ask you, if you're not broken entered, if they ask you to leave, then you have to leave. And if you stay after that, then you're trespassing. But there's also, on kayaks, it's really weird. There's a whole bunch of rivers that you need a license for. It's basically, you just get a national kayak license for £70 a year. But the river is normally classed as a public right of way or whatever, the water. But the banks are private property, so you're not allowed to. If you're drowning, you're not allowed to go on the banks. It's so random. But UK actually has good laws for right to roam. It's actually one of the few one of the few good things about the UK, I have to say. Do I have a drowning loss? I have almost drowned twice, so I guess so. Not in my kayak though, surfing. It's just getting stuck in the slide. I know it's really bad. Like I won't go kayaking after it's rained because the water companies then do all the outflow into rivers and yeah. I mean, to be honest, I try not to get water in my face when I'm kayaking, but yeah, it's not good. There's also Weil's disease. The big thing is, I said this before, worth knowing. If you're near rivers and you feel sick, like within a day, is make sure you go to the doctors and tell them that you've been near rivers, because quite a few people die when there's cures for these things, but you just have to say straight away. But if they don't know that you've been near rivers, they don't bother checking, or you wouldn't take the antibiotics for it. So there you go. Pro tip. Could have saved a life there. I don't slick. These are slick tyres, yeah. I mean, come on. Oh, thanks, filing account. Oh, there's some amazing rivers in America. Germany's got some awesome rivers as well. That's so nice. Fast flowing, crystal clear. And then you go to like Switzerland. They're cold normally because it's like glacier melt. That's why you get that really clear water. But so beautiful. We in the UK we have things called chalk streams. I highly recommend watching Google chalk stream. They're really interesting rivers where the waters come through a spring, and it's in Kent in the UK, the southeast of UK. There's a lot of chalk, and so the water's like mega filtered, and the rivers are like crystal clear. But then there's the water's not. It's not like so a lot of glacier melt. The water flows so fast, and it's not got much food in it and stuff, so you don't tend to get as much like plant life and animals in it and what have you. But the chalk streams have like really nice like a lot of animal life in it, but it's all clean. It looks like a fish tank. If I go to one, I'll film it. I've never had the chance to actually visit one, but there's some near Ashford, I think. And is it Ashford in the south? There's one not too far from Goodwood. So what's that? Portsmouth. Yeah, but just watch videos. Just Google chalk stream. They look amazing. It's like the river equivalent of grass. Yeah, so there are, and Wales has lots of really clean rivers as well. Scotland as well. So UK's obviously a lot of the polluted stuff in the UK are the rivers around London or in the Midlands, Birmingham, Manchester. Well, we've got 30 seconds until we can maybe join a race. Thanks for subscribing. It's such a chore to catch the slides in this. The McCallin, thank you, appreciate it. Oh, can we join the server? Let's see. I'm basically London. I love the pollution. I'm not. Join server. Oh, here we go. Launch game. Here we go. This might have worked. Not going to load the game twice, is it? Huge error. No, this is a nice improvement over the previous version of EVO, but it still has a long way to go for it to beat out AC's fundamental force feedback and handling. The online ranking stuff will be good. This is... I don't know if it's loading. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. I would swap this physics and force feedback with iRace. Well, no, iRacing's physics are shit, so... Although, to be fair, I would say the iRacing MX-5 drives more convincingly than this. To be honest. And the iRacing MX-5 has problems. The River Stour, yeah. You've never looked at it. How can you live next to that and not look at it? I don't think you're allowed to kayak down it. You might be able to. I'll get a kayak down there. It'd be amazing. It's amazing kayaking on... I've kayaked in France and stuff, and it's so nice. On clear water. You see all the fish and stuff, and... I'm a bit of a nerd for stuff like that. Like, it's awesome how you see the water... You know, where the water, like, on the end of a bend, where you've got caves... cliff face, it's been like carved away from the water current, and then so it's deeper over there, and then the way the water flows round, and then you have like wider bits of river where it's really shallow, and then it gets narrower, and then the water goes faster, but then you get these little channels, and then you get like bits where there's a stone, and then I love stuff like that. That's why I like gliding. It's like, you know, even in a simulator, I don't have a glider's license, so how can I know? What's going on here? Oh, okay. Just what? Oh, qualifying. That was the. I haven't tried triple screen. The rear camber's on like. Hang on, we got positive toe. Was that negative? Why is that normal to run a positive toe on a MX-5, or is it positive toe? That will certainly make the rears a lot looser. Maybe we can fiddle with setup and see what's going on here. Seems like quite a lot of camber on the... So the fronts have got negative toe. I know, I'm thinking of caster. Ignore me, I'm being an idiot again. I was going to say, like... It'd be weird. Yeah, go and have a look. He's like 100 foot from this tower. Ah, dear, go and have a look. Enjoy it. It's all going to be like blown away by the nuclear war, so you might as well enjoy it. Well, we will have a mess with setups on this. I need a cup of tea. Appreciate everyone watching though. Welcome along, guys. do really appreciate all the subs we've had recently and all the viewers, and it's just been a nice. It's been a nice November, December bonus, to be honest. I wasn't expecting to spontaneously get okay views. I'll take it though. We're doing Foster's layout, I think. Yeah. Almost 100k. I haven't really planned what to do at 100k. You're not far off, are you, Random? I think you're on like 90, right? 90. I think you're pretty close, similar to my numbers. Get in there. 87. Yeah, it's pretty close. Given that we're both like miserable gits, and neither of us have ever really done pop like stuff for views in the sense of like you just cover whatever you sort of feel like. You know, we haven't chased stuff, so it's pretty good that channels like ours can get that many subscribers, right? I think it's good for sim racing. Like, it shows that sim racing is getting a much wider audience. Yeah, I shave my head. I love shaving my head. Also, I found out recently, if you get like a beanie and you warm it on a radiator, right, and it's cold, shave your head in the shower. Put a warm beanie on after you've had a shower, after you've shaved. Oh my goodness. It's the nicest feeling ever. It's similar to when you put warm socks on when your feet are cold, but on your head. It's incredible. People that don't shave will never experience that. It's so good. Feels similar to if you're like it's cloudy weather and the sun comes out. There's some sort of delay in this game, guys, between the physics and the response and the force feedback. That delay is not in AC1, iRacing, AMS1, R-Factor 2. ACC has it. And I said this, the first time, when ACC first came out, I said this, and I got shat on for it. But there's something going on. Oh my bloody hell! Are you? Yeah, it's definitely a problem with me. Definitely me. Yeah, maybe it's some dampening they're putting in. Maybe it's dampening that's created by the tire model. I don't know, but it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Should you get Evo? No, I just wait. Thank you very much for the donation. You could have put that towards Evo.
Should I get PMR or EVO? What do you think?
Don't get either. I wouldn't buy either, to be honest, so PMR needs at least 6 months. 6 to 8 months of work. I think you can have fun playing PMR. If you're on console, you can have fun, but it's definitely got problems. Super janky, and even worse on PC for performance and stuff. But what's the point? What's the rush? Just on PC, just play AC1. It's free, and then Evo, I'd wait until it's updated in more. Oh, sorry, Dan. Yeah, I'd wait until it's even more polished. Just play Race Room, LMU, AC1 are way more polished on PC. Just more fun. These games are like, if you enjoy messing around with stuff and seeing things progress, and you know, that can be fun. Some people enjoy that, but yeah, don't just save your money. Both PMR and Evo are what you would expect I mean, I never worked on driving sims, so I don't know what state driving sims are typically in development, but other than projects I've seen, but like it's what you'd expect from like pre-alpha. Some aspect, not entirely, but some aspects. Do I have enough fuel? Okay, we're just going to put more fuel in. I don't know how many laps we're doing. Didn't pay attention. What happened to Project Cars? They got rid of it? I don't know. Oh, here we go. First online race. I think he jumped the start a bit. I think LMU's nice and polished, generally speaking. I can have a good time at Race Room as well. Very polished. AC1, basically free. Has amazing content. I have a mixed view on Radar. Like, I think Radar can be good, and I think for online, but I would say there should be like a hardcore mode where you don't have Radar, because you can actually use audio and you could just use knowledge of how tracks and stuff to not, like, you don't really need a car radar if you're driving against moderately skilled people. As long as you've got a mirror and you use your ears, you can actually tell where people are really quite easily. But it's good for people that don't know. I like how this looks, like graphically, this looks like miserable, like the UK. Look at the lighting, it's fantastic. I mean, credit where credit's due. This looks so depressing. Look how miserable it looks. This is what it looks like in the UK. See how like grey it is. Like there's a hint of sunlight to make you think, maybe I'll get to see sunlight this year. But no, mostly this is like 12 o'clock, middle of the day. The lighting, this is fantastic. The way the trees are really dark and so the lighting is absolutely superb. Like, the graphics are great. Exactly, they've really captured how every day spent awake in the UK is regret. Brummie weather simulator. It feels cold. This feels like I'm going to need a thermos just to stave off the hypothermia. Now, does he know that you can't get around the outside of this corner? If you give up the inside through that corner, you're done. Alton Park Battle. I did defend the inside. It's more fun for it to battle. I don't know, Tommy. Other people seem to be more interested in the 100k. To me, and I really appreciate all the subscribers, but it's literally a number that it's just the end result of wasting my life, right? It's actually just it's just sad, really. Almost blew the engine up then. Now I guess we should do something for 100k. Golden DD girls for everyone. He's got a penalty. Oh, what's going on with the board underneath? How many laps is this? Don't know if we should be hassling him more. We've got 8 minutes to go. Bloody hell. This is worse than iRacing. The cars are so, like, delayed in response. It's terrible. It's literally like you apply ACC physics to an MX-5 and it highlights how shit the ACC physics are. It's drivable, but you're basically back into iRacing territory. It's all preemptive driving. Doesn't make any sense. It's not driving. It's not about the rear being hard or soft. It's just mental. It's the delay in the force feedback and the response to everything. It feels technically broken. In that there's like some sort of delay going on. Oh, that was close. Exactly like ACC, and then no force feedback for the front end. So you're driving blind. The thing is, it does have a range of force feedback, but it seems to be all from suspension and from the rear coming out. And so a lot of people then confuse that with really detailed force feedback. So, yeah, anyway, we've said 1,000 times exactly what the issue is, but... yeah, well, okay, I would concede this is slightly better than ACC, but that's, I think, because it's not GT3 cars. But okay, like, take the GT4 in this. Okay, yeah, it's mildly better. But, yeah. The fundamentals are still...
The pace car is out of control.
The fundamental issues are still there. Fortunately, I've deactivated the chip. AC1 generally is the best sim. Depends what you're talking about. AMS1, AC1 are really good. AC1 has pretty severe suspension issues and lacks features. iRacing has really good suspension, but its tyres over the limit are totally messed up. You'd have to say in what ways. Sadly we're in this we're in a state where like we've got 6 different sims and all of them do like one thing particularly well and everything and another vital thing really badly. Like none of them are basically ticked off doing force feedback great, physics great, physics under and over the limit great, suspension great, and online ranked multiplayer. There's no game that's ticked off the sort of 5 or 6, or if say not ranked multiplayer, having a good single player. There's no sim that does like the 5 or 6 things that you would think would be the base of a solid video game. Muscle race. I'm shit at game development. I couldn't do a better job than any of these developers. I'm good at complaining though, that's easy. It's good, you know. Well, look, when I'm flying a glider, pretty positive. Order! Oh, I don't mind the sound in this. Wait. Order! I know what you mean. It's so on the hit. Like, unlike in iRacing, the tyres would turn off and not recover, so they don't have that problem. But that's the same thing with ACC, right? The cars can slide and you can catch it, but the whole process of sliding just feels like a chore. AC1, every slide you get into is pretty much because you did it on purpose, or it's fun to drive through the slides or like manage them. This is like, back's come out. Right, let's make it come back by preemptively knowing the timing of the automatic grip back of the tyres. Why do I always show my face? Because it's all my hot female viewers demand it, and I've got a lot of them. Obviously, they're like, oh, please show us your beautiful shiny forehead. That's what we tune in for. It's a good update, but it's still a lot worse than AC1. Like, it's a bait. It's like a bait trajectory. The slide, like, Ineos must know that the whole crux of what makes AC1 and real driving, what makes it satisfying, is that you don't feel like you're trapped, unless you've really messed something up or some weird shit happens. But normal driving in AC1 or like a real car, the reason it's so compelling is you always feel like you're sort of in control of the trajectory, or you're like you don't feel like it's the back of the car's not coming, like, unless the setup's broken or it's some dodgy car. It's like Jardier's well hard. Jardier would destroy me. Have you seen how big he is? He's pure muscle. Oh, we won. Woo! Go me. Yeah, it's just a chore to drive. I guess maybe if you're... I don't know. That's exactly how I feel with ACC. It's a chore. Yeah, you're driving on... And I think the two things that cause that... Lack of input... What seems like... it's not input delay. Like, there is no input delay, or at least visually. My wheel is lined up with the game wheel perfectly and everything. And, you know... It's like a delay in the physics response to the wheel, which could be being caused by damper, inertia, or something else, or it could be being caused by the tyre model and the physics. But this is exactly what I felt with ACC. There's some sort of physics delay of input to the physics responding and vice versa. And so that immediately disconnects you from the vehicles in the game, immediately makes you feel like you're driving behind the vehicle. Dumb people will be like, oh, look how heavy the cars are, and now you have to work with the weight of it. It's like, no, you idiot, it's delayed. That gives you that impression because you don't know any better. So that's that's one thing. But then there's no dynamic range for the fronts when you're for like the front grip. So that again means that you can't feel where the grip is, which is what you've got in AC1. You've got that in Project Motor Racing. You've got it in a whole bunch of stuff, right? And that then, again, completely disconnects you from the front of the vehicle and you're just driving by the rear. Which... how on earth can you make... how can you make AC... How can you make AC1? Right, I don't think people appreciate how good AC1 is, guys. This has to be stated here. Like, AC1 is the Mona Lisa of driving simulators. Like, forget sim racing. AC1, as a work of art, means that using a computer chip and electricity and a magnet with a wheel attached to it, you can drive a car in a way that's directly analogous to a real vehicle. That is like the apex of artistry, right? How do you go from that to the essence of that? Like, even if this is technically better, how do you go from what is borderline photoreal handling to Noddyland? That's more complicated. It's mind-blowing. Not that this is terrible in and of itself, and there'll be a lot of stuff that's gone into this, and there's a lot of complexity, a lot of work's gone into it, but the end result, like, is what matters. And the end result is just, this is not even fractionally close to AC1 in the actual literal, in what you're doing as a driver. It's not Simcade, it's just broken. I know they've worked really hard on it. I know they'll have done really good work on it. So it's not, you know, and under the limit, like, the grip levels and stuff are fantastic. Car models fantastic. Track models fantastic. They built a graphics engine. It looks great. I don't know how well it runs on slower systems. But... are you the guy that said Emil? Yeah, Emil Bernstoff. He's a... what did I say? He's got brain damage. Yeah. I like Emil. You should go and follow him. Right, we can tweak set up here. The online thing's nice though. The jumping, this thing of having the ranked racing's really good. I mean, obviously their system's getting slaughtered, but in principle that's really good. Why have we got the Gran Turismo button sound as well? I don't want that in a non-Gran Turismo game. Would be interesting to play EVO on a V&M wheelbase, or a wheelbase that can do telemetry force feedback, to see if we can replace the game's force feedback and how much that helps. I don't think it will help with controllable like drifting, because that's a physics thing. But you can, in AC1, you can use custom physics scripts, force feedback scripts, and you can basically remove the front end feel, which makes it feel pretty bad. It's still controllable, but you know. Yes, it's Emil's follower. He's got like me, Jimmy, some other people. It's really good. Oh, you've had a terrible day? Well, that's not good. It's going to get worse if you keep watching this. Oh, there's no Alpha. Is there no replay? Okay, fair enough. Thanks for subscribing. What better way? Hang on. We've gone from 0.4 is a game changer 2 days ago to it's terrible, but it's not, but it is. Bad news sells. Right, I don't know how this is difficult to understand. The previous video we did was based on Sim Racing Expo and us trying it at Sim Racing Expo, which is clear in the video because it's filmed at Sim Racing Expo. I am genuinely hyped for the update, and as I said in the video, they have addressed some aspects of the physics, i.e. we could drive the F2004 around the Nordschleife, so we could actually drive it. So there are improvements with this. However, compared to AC1, it's still got a long way to go. We're going to compare it to AC1. Also, what you can, at a trade show, is a very limited view of something. So you can only be, like, you can be cautiously optimistic, right? I do not understand how this is hard for people to get, that in a video where you're trying something at a trade show or a press event, you can only really go, well, this is what it seems like, and it seems pretty good, but I need to try it on my own simulator to be able to really reference it with my equipment. Right? I don't get that complaint. Do people just want to be told everything is perfect, like something's entirely perfect, or it's entirely shit? That's what they want, so they can then stop thinking about it. They don't want to think about it. Oh, update. You went and checked the Stout Chalk Stream report. Pretty clear and no trolleys. Nice. See? You need to go there when the sun's out, really. It's almost as if some things can be both positive and negative at the same time. No, ImSim actually set stuff up with damper and stuff how I wouldn't like, and obviously we try stuff on other rigs as well. Also, I do know multiple people that are playing this as well, that are real drivers, that will say, which, you know, I have my views. I play the press version, which, you know, and I generally go, okay, that seems this way, that way. And then I know multiple people that are real world drivers, and they will also, normally when the public version comes out, they message me and they go, oh, the fuck is terrible. So it's I'll have already formed my views, and yeah, then I'll be like, oh, does it, you know, if I get barraged by people I know that drive in real life with them going, oh, this is shit, they're more pessimistic than I am normally as well. So, right, because I'm like, I'm not the biggest. I don't mind RSS mods that much, but I know people that drive a lot in real life and they slag them off relentlessly, or yeah, like a bunch of stuff. So. Logitech might have a partnership with them, given that there's Logitech equipment in the room here. It's quite possible. Right, let's try the F2004. Yeah, the VRC definitely does. The VRC F1 car definitely seemed better than the RSS. It's closer to how AC1 cars drive out the box. Oh yeah, look, they finally put the AC Rally. Really, they should take down these two posters and just keep Netcar and AC there. AC Rally's all right. So just get rid of Evo and this for now. They could put the posters up when they fix the ACC tyre model. Whatever they did with ACC's physics, like whatever they started doing with the tyres, whatever happened, there was a transition from Netcar Pro, Ferrari Virtual Academy and AC, and they completely shit the bed with ACC. I don't know what they did. They probably just made the tyres more complicated. Maybe it's the multiple contact patches or something. I don't know. But whatever happened, it completely bollocksed the physics. And they've not been able to fix it, really. So, unfortunately, there's loads of esports guys that think ACC's great. So, well, good luck. Good luck it being a priority, you know. Right, let's try the F2004 on a... yeah, the car models are fantastic. The texturing and stuff is really good in this, and the 3D models are great. Also, it's really nice that they have all the liveries are really nice. It's really good. Oh yeah, Road Atlanta, that'd be good. Let's do that. Oh, is it not in here yet? I thought they added Road Atlanta in this update. Oh, I see. I've got a click up here. I'm blind. Here we go. Changing your tag to Ian Bell. My point is your comments, your negative comments are extreme and your positive comments are extreme. So we're left confused. It's not that they're extreme. My comments aren't extreme. I'm just to the point. So I just say things. I don't like do the, well, this, I really enjoy driving this, and you can see that the cars are a little bit hard to catch, and I think that they could be a bit more controllable. But you know, and the force feedback's been a great progression from the previous version of the game, but I still think it could do with a bit more work. You know, and I think if you compare it with AC1, that's definitely got more vibrant force feedback. I could talk like that, which would make me more popular, but I'd rather not insult my viewers' intelligence and just say, guys, the force feedback is lacking. This, and this is better in this game. This is really not good for X, Y, Z. I'd rather just say what the point is. I don't know why people like to be bullshitted. It's not really bullshitted. It's offensive, I think, personally. People can do what they want. I think it's a bit offensive when people talk in a very obtuse and anodyne way for the sake that they know that they're talking so anodyne that people that would otherwise disagree with them don't know what they're disagreeing with, and it's a general positive vibe. So the result is that they're more liked, more likable, and people want to be manipulated, basically. So I'm going to intentionally do the opposite, just because I hate myself, apparently. Yeah, I'm just going to say what I'm thinking. You call us brain dead a lot. No, I don't call any specific person brain dead. I say what is brain dead. So someone that latches onto strong self-aligning force or doesn't want to feel the force feedback in a simulator because it's realistic, that's brain dead, because it's not applying a bit of thinking to understand that a simulator isn't real life, and therefore you have to have as an option something that lets the driver feel what's going on. Otherwise, you absolutely cannot tell what the car's doing. So that is brain dead. And it's a lack of thinking. That's why when I say something's brain dead, it's a lack of thinking. Is what I'm referring to. It's not an individual, it's that issue. Someone's brain dead on that issue. I'm brain dead on a lot of issues. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you are watching this live stream. To be fair, you have to be pretty brain dead to watch this channel in the first place. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Most of our viewers are actually pensioners that are unconscious in the old people's home. What's brain dead is you saying you're trying a new update and not driving the new cars. Well, not necessarily, because if you drive, the update applies to all the cars and they're all using updated tyre models. And so you'd want to compare with the old cars that you'd already driven to see what the differences were. So actually, it would make more sense to drive cars you were familiar with. See, Samba Goga to go. We're all brain dead. It's a Halloween special. We don't know anything about who. Well, look, if you think the force feedback in this game is fine, you're clueless. It's the same as ACC. If you think it's fine, you are clueless. Like if you don't know, like at worst, okay, you might enjoy it. That's another thing. If you cannot specifically identify the difference between this and AC1, you are not in a position to comment on it, because you don't know what, like, if you can't notice the delay, you can't notice the over smoothing, you can't notice the lack of front end feel, you can't notice the way the car's the behavior from tank slappers, you're not in a position. You might have good views on other things, but you are absolutely demonstrating you don't understand force feedback enough or the aspects of it to comment on it, which is fine. I don't understand nuances of tyre wear or subtle physics components. There'll be or like strategy for esports races, or consistency over long periods of races, or a whole bunch of car setup stuff. I don't talk about those things because I know I don't know about them. So, like, it's totally fine to be clueless about certain things. Everyone's clueless about loads of stuff. The problem with force feedback is there's a lot of people that don't realise they're clueless. And then people go, oh, that's you, Gamer Muscle. That's you, Gamer Muscle. The point is, I specifically point out exactly what is going on. So, And Max Verstappen agrees with me, so, you know. Maybe we can get Max to talk about Evo, this Evo update, and then people will go, oh, well, the authorities said it, so it's true. Exactly. Don't watch this. It's a fantastic track, this.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal Assetto. That is amazing. It's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1, GT mods.
Yeah, so the thing is, they have made it so that the slides are catchable. That's a massive improvement. The problem is you can't drift properly. You can't maintain slides or control slides naturally, which is the crux of what makes AC1 so good to drive, is that natural slip behaviour. That is what's missing still. So, yeah, you're not going to bin it, which is great, but it's lost. It just doesn't have... It's all preemptive driving is how you have to approach this. You have to drive it like iRacing. Yeah, if you've got a specific drift car, I'm talking about race cars here, you can do like super wild drifting, but I guess random, you know that's stupid what you just typed. You can drift cars in iRacing if you put like a drift setup on them and they're like sloppy cars. Random, I'm sorry, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what to say. It's embarrassing. I'm not on about drifting. You could, in the previous version of Evo, you could drift the BMW. That's not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about. Oops, that was a big bit of curb in there. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about massive drifts when you're already well over the limit in huge amounts of slip. I'm talking about holding a few degrees of slip and modulating that subtly, which is the crux of race driving. And that's not working properly with any of the race cars, as far as I can tell. I mean, it's not even debatable. Go and load up AC. The track models are fantastic. This is it. This is same conversation is exactly what happened with ACC. Sadly, there's a sizable proportion. Don't know what the AI is doing. There's a sizable number of sim racers that don't understand this. They don't understand what driving at the limit is. That's what's going on, and they don't get it. They do not get it. So there's nothing I'm going to be able to say. Bloody hell. Let's restart this. Yeah, and because of the sad thing is, because of those views, Kunos will probably think it's okay. So there's a good chance this will never get as good as AC1. That's it. Like, if you can't see that there's a substantial, not just like slight different physics difference, but fundamental driving difference. Yeah, not just me, like I'm... Oh, I don't know why I bother. I don't care anymore. I don't care. Fine. It's fine. Yeah. No, it's totally fine. I'm just done with it. It's pointless. It's absolutely pointless. We went through this with ACC, and yeah, I mean, unless you get Max Verstappen saying it, no one's going to listen to what I say. So just wait for Max Verstappen to play this and say exactly what I'm saying, then fine. AC Evo's fine. The microchip got me. Oh dear. It's the same with iRacers. Like, you go, look guys, the tyres at the limit turn off. Go to the centrifugal track. It's not fit. The
Let's be
GT3.
honest, you're not done with that.
What was that? You're not done with that. Right. You can explain it as clear as day to iRacers, but what do they go and do? They'll regurgitate the marketing. There's no actual critical thinking. They haven't actually tested it. They do not notice that they're driving entirely preemptively, and that the tyres only allow like single direction slip, right? There's nothing you can say that would, like, you can show them a video of it, but it's like, oh, well, you're going against the esport drivers that play it and the marketing. Nothing you can say. And the same thing with ACC. Oh, it's my wheel rotation, it's my force feedback set. It's like, no, I'm just telling you the truth, guys. But the problem is, if someone doesn't have the mental capacity to understand what's missing, they don't get it. They don't get it. You can't say anything to them. There's nothing you can say. It'd be fine if they just kept it to themselves. They were like, oh, I enjoy the game, you know, whatever. But they don't. They will argue against you with no actual substance. And they will even make stuff up. So, you're done. You're totally done. Same with, even with LMU. You point out that it obviously does not have detail for the force feedback. And, you know, doesn't matter. The LMU fans, it's there. It's there. It's just you. Well, there's nothing, I don't know why I bother, being honest. There's no benefit. It's so dumb. That curb is huge. Hello, Andosaurus Rex. And because now you don't get stuck in like a bin, most people, that's good enough for them. That's their benchmark for Sims. And because, you know, you can feel a load up for the rear. That's good enough for them. And that's it. Stagnated. So there's some sort of input delay in this. And ACC, right? It could be coming from the physics. Could be from a whole host of things. But there's some massive disconnect in this. And ACC. Always has been. Bloody hell, that curb. How do people not notice? I know a bunch of real drivers that message me and they notice straight away as well. So it's not like it's just me. I think what it is, I'm pretty sure, I think what it is, a huge proportion of people drive preemptively and they roll into slip, right? As a driving style, they roll into slip. Like how you have to drive iRacing. You go into a corner, you allow the car to go into the slip through its like roll and then it's understeer. And then you deal with it on the exit, right? It's a singular driving style. It's how you have to drive iRacing. I think maybe like 60% of sim racers only drive like that, or a huge proportion of sim racers, that is the only way they drive, right? And if you drive like that, you don't notice. It really masks stuff like input delay, a lack of force feedback feel. it masks a load of stuff because you're not having to, you're not intentionally inducing oversteer or intentionally dealing with the vehicle. You're driving preemptively, and those people with that driving style are clueless, totally clueless, and they
The pace car is out of control.
They do not get it at all. So then when you explain to them it's missing this and this and this, they can't see it because they've never experienced it, right? And that is that is what I think is going on. That's the only logical explanation I can come to. Because like the other way round, I was someone that only drove actively. I was someone that like sort of the overdrive and then dial it down, right? That's how I used to drive. That's the only way I drove because I like to drive from feel. But to learn how to play iRacing, I had to learn that preemptive way of driving, a completely different driving style, and I got all right at it, you know. So, but yes, and the thing is now you don't just spin, like you can just catch the car if the back steps out, but you can't really work with it properly. The online system seems good. It's just it's overwhelmed at the moment. You don't, well, if you're driving preemptively, you don't even need to really drive from the visuals because you're just not driving reactively. Like, there's a bit of mild reactive driving even if you're doing this preemptive style. But it's mostly preemptive. You can tell if force feedback's clipping because when you turn the wheel, you'll just get a very flat force feedback signal. So you'll just feel like it'll just lack detail and range. So that's how you can know. And interestingly, you can have games clip in certain bands of force feedback when they're not clipping in other bands of force feedback. So it's good to just understand how it feels for your wheel. It will literally just be like a flat, a kind of really sort of flat, textureless resistance. Hello. Billy Orish, thank you. Billy Orish in the house. Billy Orish, here he is. Check out his channel today. Give him a follow and say woohoo! How are you going to know if something's actually realistic versus how you like to drive? Because logically speaking, you want a car to allow the driver to have agency over the vehicle so that they can then manipulate the vehicle how they want to drive it better. So if a simulator has a condition where the grip just turns off, or you're forced into a passenger slide, or you're forced into a situation where you're basically waiting for the car to do something, that is something that you generally do not design into vehicles because the pilot or the driver is out of control of the car, outside of them knowing from experience that the grip will return. It's not how you design vehicles. That's how you know that it's a bad behavior. Like it's just a control thing. It's a game mechanic thing. It's not a desirable thing for any vehicle to do. Like when you drive on black ice in a real car and the car just starts sliding, you're out of control of the vehicle. You'd be like, well, that's not good behaviour. So what do you engineer? You engineer systems into a car to make sure that black ice doesn't cause all the tyres to go over the limit where possible, or it detects the black ice to avoid it entirely. So it's just logic. Yeah. So it's not, and also I've obviously played every sim on the market, and then I'm also
The pace car is out of control.
saying what's going on. So there's a subjective thing of what you may or may not like, but there's just like basic reasoning of how cars handle. And I have had passenger laps in GT4 cars, Radicals, God knows what, and I've driven a few cars, but I don't even needed to have done those, or driven that Toyota, or driven an Aerial Atom. I would not needed to have done any of those things to still have this same view that I've got. So, you're loving this update. Has healed the gaping wound PMR left. Is it good physics now or not? Oh dear. What we doing? What we doing now? We'll test the vintage Mini. The vintage Mini's well good in AC Rally. They set him what? Force feedback at 2%. Right, of the cars that I have driven in real life, at no point did I feel disconnected from the vehicle, having never really driven at all. I've never got into a real car, even on a skid pan with the Nissan 350, was it 350Z with a locked rear diff at drift limits, at very low speed, obviously, and, you know, it's a jank car. At no point was I like, oh, I'm disconnected from the vehicle. That was on like a locked diff janky car on a wet, you know, it's like, yeah, it just felt all really connected. So, you know, why would you... Anyway, don't matter what I say, because I don't have a driver's license. Did you know? So, basically, don't listen to what I say. I don't know what I'm talking about. But let's wait for Max Verstappen's feedback. I did spin the car around on the wet track and drift limits. Yeah. Where's the Mini? Who makes Minis? Wasn't it like it was BMW now? But who used to make Minis? I don't even know. Was it Mini that made Minis? I'm half touched, guys. Who made Minis? Where's it gone? Why can't I find the Mini? Was it? Oh, Morris. Okay. See, Billy knows. He's old. What's their logo? Oh look. So they've just put it under Mini. See, they've tricked us. That's a nice car. Look at that. That's peak. I wonder if this is the same car model from AC Rally. I mean, you can't knock the 3D models in this. Really good. Yeah, no headrest, so when you get rear-ended, your neck snaps. Like, this car, you do not want to crash in one of these. Right. I'll put a circular wheel on for this. Well, we'll have a vote in chat. Chat vote, guys. Here we go. Who in chat thinks that EVO is still bollocks like ACC in its physics and force feedback? Type bollocks. No, that'll be filtered. Type B for bollocks, and if you think Evo's great like AC1, or like, you know, not necessarily the same but lets you drive naturally and has good force feedback, type A. B for bollocks, A for awesome. Let's have a see how many people in chat. Okay, so most people. Oh, here we go. See, how can you be mixed on this? It's so. It is improvement over how it was before. Oh dear, like Sims are just going to stay shit, aren't they? There's no hope. There's actually there's enough people that think it's okay that they would be happy with this releasing as a final version with this force feedback and handling. There's enough people that means that Sims will just stay shit if you can drive. Oh dear. Oh dear, guys. It's so, like, bad for sim racing. The clueless can lead the way. Didn't I expect anything less? Like, also, how can you just go from... Forget even AC. Like, GTR Evolution, GTR 2, Automobilista, Richard Burns Rally... Live for Speed, like... I mean, well, actually, a good indicator of how bollocks things are is Gran Turismo has built-in constant clipping and this weird understeer driving, right? Which is terrible, like so bad. And most people are totally unaware that it's clipping, constant clipping. Nobody got dragged by the ear. Kunos can... well, I feel like developers could do with, like, just bringing me into the studio and going, look... Like, I mean, they know what's good or bad and where they'll be doing it. Who knows what they're doing internally? They're probably aware of the issues. Most developers are. But if they're not, they could say, look, Gamer Muscle, we know you're an arse and we hate you, but do you know what? Here, just unfiltered. Give us unfiltered, annoying Gamer Muscle on this build, and I'll oblige. Or they could just release it and watch a live stream, and then go, "Oh God, I hate this guy." Can you imagine working on a game and having to listen to my live stream? I'd rather blend my forehead. Don't know why I'm bothering to change the fuel. Look at this dash. Let's make sure we change some settings here. Everything was better in the 80s. Ah, dear. The worrying thing isn't that something's not very good. The worrying thing is... I think it's set to synchronise anyway. It's lined up. The thing is when stuff is bad, but people won't recognise it. So the reason why that's worrying is it means things can't improve. Because... there's always a sizable number of people that argue from the current situation. It's kind of like conservatism in a sense, but it's more just there's a sizable number of people that aren't particularly critical about the pros and the cons or what could be better or what could be worse. You know, what they do is they frame their reality on the current situation, and it is what it is, and they're not thinking about it, right? That is very... and to me, it's quite disturbing. That's a lot of people. Like, you can talk to them about anything, and you'll be like, well, what do you think about this? And they don't think about anything. It's fine. They're having a good time. So I'm not knocking them. It's probably... Maybe it's a good way of living life. Maybe it works. Maybe it makes people happy. But... the problem is, they could be presented with anything and they would be like, well, it is what it is. And then if anybody tries to argue a positive or negative, they resist that. That's the problem. If they sat there and went, oh, it is what it is, and philosophically I'm not in control of it, so I've just accepted what it is, and that's fine, that would be very healthy. That's a good philosophical position to take. The problem is they don't do that. What they do is they then argue to maintain the status quo of the thing based off what it currently is, but no argument, pro or con. I'm not even talking about them it being better or worse. Right, it wouldn't matter. No argument or no point or nothing. It's like it is what it is. It's like a stationary way of. Do you know what I'm saying? They will defend what it is vehemently. That's where it's a problem. So basically, someone in control and authority can dictate something, and they will help maintain that authority because it's an authority. That's basically what it is. It's someone that positions themselves and their perception of reality and just defend something because it's the status quo, because an authority has told them to. And that's a lot of people. Word soup. I don't think that's word soup. How is that word soup? Oh, this is the pinnacle of motorsport here. It can't get up the hill. What's nice with this car is you can see through the back of the other car. This is peak sim racing right here. Nice track. Really nice track model. You know you're in a serious car when you've got a wooden dash. Ruben Hill, exactly. No, 100%. Yeah, you need mods for ACY. It's like, do you? Like, honestly, have you actually played it? No. Well, there you go. So much stuff is like that. They all ran wide off the curb there as well. Oh, I lost the rear there. I tried to brake too much. Oh, look at the grass. Beautiful. Why is there a barbecue? That's quite nice. That's good. Fair play to Kunos. That's a good barbecue. I didn't notice barbecue. I must have put that on for the Nordschleifer. Fair play. That's a good detail. I've tried the E46 before this update. Yeah. They should have put a chair on top of it. Bonk. So if you've ever been to Italy, people drive very carefully in Italy. They're really, really careful drivers. And so Kunos have modelled the AI based off how clean and safe Italian drivers are. They were really keen to capture the essence of what it's like to be on public roads in Italy. Maybe they feel it's their duty to make up for the driving in Italy. They're like, right guys, we have an opportunity here to make the international community think that we don't drive like we're insane. So let's make it nice and sensible. I love, I've only been to Italy twice, and both times the driving I witnessed, shall we say, was spectacular. Also, parking. They don't have car parks in Italy, but anything is a car park. So, you know, middle of the road, behind another car. In Italy, if you could park on top of cars, they probably would. The speed limit in Italy is how fast is your engine. Next pizza is gonna it's gonna have stone anchovies. They're gonna leave all the stones in my olives. To be fair, Fanatec got me with their cookie. I chipped my tooth on that Fanatec cookie. Maybe Marco replaced one of the icings with a stone. How fast is a moped? Well, mopeds are normally capped at like 35 miles per hour, I think. 40, like the kids' ones.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, you get really nice mopeds in Europe as well. With like, maybe this is the case in the UK, but they have like aircon on them and stuff. I remember I lived in France for a bit, and I went to a bike convention randomly, like a trade show for motorbikes, and they had they were well ahead on their mopeds than what I saw in the UK. Because in France you can ride, if you're 13, you can ride a moped, right? Or at least you used to be able to. And yeah, they had like aircon and really nice. They were like really good, really advanced. But it's not as big a thing in the UK. People tend to just drive cars in the UK. You get mopeds in cities, but you know what I mean. It's not Europe. It's on another level. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you see those videos of Southeast Asia and India and what's this? I think you should deal with the config files. What's this? I'll have a look. I'll get a cup of tea. I need to make a sandwich. I just had to get the ranting out. We should do a video. If I do a video explaining the shittery of the force feedback and physics in this, it's going to be exactly the same as ACC. Same things. You don't drive, don't have a driver's license. How do you know? Have you driven a real car? Real cars don't have detail in the steering wheel. This other streamer said it was good. Are you saying that you know better than them? It's just so predictable. Every response. Once you've done YouTube for 10 years, you know 90% of the responses you can preempt. And you're just like, oh, I can't be bothered. Please, death, take me. Please. Please. No, it's just that you've seen the same things over and over and over and over again. The same things. It's not that they go, I think you're wrong for XYZ reason, or have you considered XYZ thing, or, you know, it's the same things that we considered 10, 15 years ago. It's the same stuff. It's one bot, yeah. I mean, it's alright. It's front-wheel driving so slow that I mean, you can't really feel the fronts again. But it's front-wheel drive, so obviously you just give it some throttle to wheel it out. I'd say the under the limit behaviour of the tyres, like the sort of grip levels, the response to braking, the response to the accelerator, that seems quite good in this. But it's just the on the limit behaviour is shit. It's not. It's better than it used to be, but it's just soulless. It's just it's like iRacing, really. Just drive preemptively. No, so True Force. Oh no! I knew this would happen with Full Force and True Force. I knew this would happen. It's a distraction from what's actually important, and I knew this is why I give True Force and Full Force so much shit, because I knew idiots would latch onto it. Because it's literally vibrations and high frequency and sound, and so it's great for people that don't understand what is actually useful to drive from force feedback, which is low frequency sustained loads. True Force and Full Force can give you like, oh, there's a bit of tyre flex feel, or the engine rev, or the road texture, like immersive stuff, maybe like vibration for understeering things, and that's great. That's a great thing to have. However, it's utterly beside the point of sustained low frequency forces that are relatively strong, and the problem is the people, and I think Random Corsa might be one of them. He doesn't fundamentally, a lot of people don't fundamentally understand the importance of the low frequency forces, specifically for the front tyre grip, as well as other aspects. They do not understand it, and so you can't, there's nothing you can do. And so then they latch on to True Force and Full Force as like, oh, it's, you know, and it's like, oh no, it's all beside the point. You can't actually drive from them. They're immersive. They can be useful to tell you what you did wrong after you've done something wrong. That's great. However, they don't actually, you're not working with them. So, this is the problem, is now you have a whole load of people latching on to, oh, this game feels great on my Logitech. This game feels really good on my Fanatec. And LFE forces. It's like, oh god, guys, it's so and the even worse, developers now have to integrate these convoluted APIs with True Force, Full Force, whatever, instead of doing like a universal type API. So they're wasting shitloads of time putting all these APIs in their games. Yeah, the point is, though, it's random. It's great. Why not have it? It's beside the point to what's relevant to drive from and is not needed in the slightest. If a game actually does baseline force feedback properly, you do not need any of these additional things. So, yeah, the point of telemetry-based force feedback, you could argue that actually all force feedback is effectively telemetry-based force feedback. It's more of a semantics thing. But the point would be if a simulator puts out telemetry for the rack forces or for tyre grip or whatever, like different components, the point would be that a wheelbase can then take that telemetry and you can generate your own force feedback, which you shouldn't have to do. You should be able to just change the settings in the video game so that any wheel can just put out anything, right? The only reason the telemetry thing is relevant is, one, in games where the inherent force feedback is like really low frequency or has issues. Two, if you've got a wheelbase that allows you to then do your own force feedback with it, or motion simulator, and it allows you to tweak it, and the in-game force feedback is shit. That's it really. Those are the main reasons. But you shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't need them. The sim should just allow you to get from the native force feedback. Kind of like Project Motor Racing does allow you to tweak the in-game force feedback massively. So does Automobilista 2. Oh yeah, you could argue there's potentially using. It could be from telemetry. It could be through an API. But you can, if you integrate, you can set up telemetry so it's very low latency. So and maybe you can send the force feedback data through, like, you wouldn't have to send it through USB necessarily. So like with some flight simulators, for example, you have separate computers running different parts of the simulator, and you send the flight stick force feedback or the motion rig data is sent over the network at a lower latency and larger distances than if you sent it through direct input or some other method. So yeah, anyway, my knowledge of APIs is well, I mean, I don't claim to be like an expert on how APIs work. Niels, yeah, no, so yeah, the problem is, no, I agree with you. The Sims force feedback shouldn't be shit. The problem is, as you point out, most developers seem to be completely clueless, or they don't have the time to set the force feedback up, or whatever's going on, I do not know. So given that we know developers are totally clueless when it comes to force feedback on average, I would rather they put the settings there. So I would rather it just be like AC1, where it bloody works, feels great out the box, and you don't need to do anything. That would be ideal. That would be the number one thing. Developer do the work, don't make it shit and have it be good. That's number one. Given that doesn't seem to happen at all, if the developer's not going to bother to do that, or they can't do it, or they're clueless, then expose the settings to the end user so that at least someone that knows what they're doing can then fix it for the developer. But so yeah, I you know, and either way, I don't understand why no sim should have mental defaults in the first place. Yeah, no, I agree in theory. I'm just saying the reality is that the developers are doing crazy shit with the force feedback. That's the worst of all cases. so I just want to be able to fix it for myself. If the developer's not going to do it, I want to be able to fix it. But yeah, sure, I'd like the developer to actually do a good job. That would be ideal. No, like AC1 did it fine. AC1's force feedback is totally fine. You can feel exactly what the car's doing. You can feel the understeer of the front tyres. You can choose. You just choose the strength of it, and you can add stuff like rumble, or a rumble for understeer, or a rumble for road texture. Totally fine. It's totally fine. That does the job. They've already done it. AMS1's force feedback is pretty fine. I mean, you can adjust it in a text file. You can do like some stuff, you know, there was that whole thing with real feel and what have you, but you don't need to change the set in AC1. You really don't need to change the settings that much. I don't know. People seem to go on about, oh, you need to dial it in. It's like you can literally just set the force feedback to 60% and then do what you want on your wheel. That's not hard. Some classic pasta. I'm gonna put a burger on. I need a cup of tea. Like sim racing. How we've had. I mean, AC Rally's nice, but it's broken with its force feedback and it's got weird physics. But it's an early access and it's nice. You can see what they're trying to do. PMR runs like shit. AI was shit. The developer hyped it up so much, I don't understand why. It's not necessarily even that bad of a game. It could be quite good, but the defaults are so shit. Runs terrible. Looks way worse than Project Cars 2. I don't know what they were thinking releasing that as a £70 game. They literally could have released that as an early access title and people would be happy with it. So, I don't get it. And then EVO, it's like, okay, it's basically like ACC now, which is an improvement over what EVO was previously. The state of racing sims, and sims have grown. There's a bigger audience now. There's such a bigger audience now. It doesn't make sense. None of this makes any sense. None of it makes any sense, guys. We're in a perfect situation now where a developer could release an AC1 or AMS1 quality physics with the most bog standard of online ranking systems built into the game and a couple of cars. Oh, credit to Race Room. Bloody credit to Race Room for them sorting out that online rank system, and that game generally works. It's R-Factor 1 effectively with they've done a lot of work to it. But credit to Race Room for actually continuing to polish their thing, and it's actually a solid game. To be fair, credit to LMU as well. That's quite polished. I mean, LMU's so boring, but that's not really their fault. It's GT3 cars. They've done a good job with what they've done. It is what it says on the tin, so you can't really fault that. I think if I hadn't played R-Factor 2 for years and I wasn't bored of GT3, I'd probably be a lot more excited for Race Room, but for LMU. So fair play to Race Room and LMU. You have to give them a lot of credit. Alexander, I don't know. I think iRacing's more fun to drive than EVO, to be honest. I think the physics are mental in iRacing, but I think it's more enjoyable. Angry baby in a car seat. No, so the force feedback audio stuff is noise. Like I've got my rig's got transducers and stuff on it. I can feel that with the road and tires and stuff and vibrations. Hang on, you kayak yesterday from Limehouse to Pickett's Lock, Tottenham Hale. Oh, awesome! When did you do that? I literally walked from Tottenham. Oh no, Tottenham. I went to.
The pace car is out of control.
Last week I walked from the Olympic Park to where is it? I can't remember the name of the stations. I can't remember the two. I've never kayaked the canals up in that area. Be good fun. Probably polluted, but. I mean, yeah, sim racing. Thanks for subscribing, guys. I haven't even touched NASCAR 25. I can't be bothered. I watched some videos. I just can't be bothered. I don't see the point of that over iRacing, to be honest. I mean, maybe if you want single player. I'm not saying Evo's more realistic necessarily. I'm not saying iRacing is more realistic, but the force feedback with Marvin's app is more detailed, and ultimately you have to preemptively drive both. And under the limit, the cars are more dynamic in iRacing than Evo. So I'm not. I don't like how iRacing drives generally because it's just preemptive driving.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, thank you, J-Mad.
Appreciate-YOU family. Thanks for keeping the lols.
We're keeping the lols. The lols are on. I need a cup of tea. Everyone, guys, it's tea time. Tea break time. And then we're going to try some more cars. The MX-5, like, look, you have to say why it's worse. You can say it's worse or better in your view. That's fine. Nobody knows what you're saying. So the reason why I would say the MX-5 in iRacing is better than the one in Assetto, in not AC but Evo, is because you have finer control of the rotation on braking in iRacing. And you have finer control. Carmoffle, thank you for subscribing. You have finer control on the throttle, and the rotation's more progressive, and the car's more nimble, and yeah, you've got better control of the vehicle. I don't think it's necessarily realistic, but there's a specific reason why it's more enjoyable to actually drive than the Evo one, which is like just stale, and then once you get to the limit, it just goes. Which is just shit. The one in AC, I would say, is worse than iRacing under the limit, but as soon as you're on the limit, it drives like a car, where you can actually balance it and hold the slip naturally and choose how you do that. Chuck it into a corner if you want to. So, yeah, I'll put it on repeat. You can't imagine YouTubers making endless shorts on trail braking in this sim. Yeah, well, you know. Steve Clark. Yeah, no, we were gonna try that. It's a good point. Yeah, we'll do MX-5. That's something we were gonna do. Is do get the MX-5 and tweak the setup on it, because we did look at it. Yeah, it does seem a bit weird in how much caster and was it caster, the toe and everything seemed a bit weird. So no, the open world Nordschleife will probably be something that they do at the end of early access. I get that impression. I don't know for sure. That's what I imagine would happen. This whole car selection thing is insane. Oh, it's not my cars, is it? It's my vehicle. What? Oh dear. Well, camber shouldn't affect the handling that much, should it? Oh dear, this menu is honestly torture. It should affect tyre temperature. It should affect handling a bit, but not like massively. Yeah, I don't. So this seems to be like a Kunos thing as well, where tyre temperature and pressure is like really, really affects the sensitivity of the handling. We could try the LMU update, but I don't think they've changed any of the physics really. Oh yeah, like once you're going through a corner. Yeah, fair enough. Or once it's rotating. My brain's I always get camber, caster, and toe mixed up in my head. It's really annoying. I need a little sheet. Yeah, it depends on what the car's doing. So, like, if you're driving in a straight line, or if you're going through a corner, and then also depends on the other geometry of the wheel. So, if you've got geometry in one way, and then you've got camber and toe and everything, then obviously when you're turning, that's changing the actual contact patch. So all those different settings will then depend on, like, if you're driving a straight line, if you're going through a corner, you know. So, yeah. Right, I'm just going to get a cup of tea. I need a cheat sheet, though, in front of me. With images of camber. Camber's DeLorean. I'm pretty sure we remembered that. The DeLorean is camber. When the DeLorean takes off, the wheels camber. Do they camber in or out? I don't know. The caster is the like the trail, and then toe is this way. So you need a Game of Muscle antidote. No, but look, Niels will just make you start seeing spreadsheets immediately. And then you'll be like, oh God, I'd rather listen to Game of Muscle whinge. I'd rather suffer the whinging of the buffoon than look at another spreadsheet. Caster was shopping trolley, yeah. But the problem with a shopping trolley is the wheels are like can move totally freely, so they tend to, and also the trailing. So it's not the perfect analogy. I'm getting a cup of tea, guys, and then we can do some setup tweaking. But yeah, with the camber setting, if you make it more neutral, often you can then do like it can be easier to just continue holding drifts. Or at least with AC1, that was the case. But the problem is, you should be able to, even with like quite wonky, even ones with wonky setup. Even if you have a wonky setup on a car, it might drive really fidgety and be a bit of a pain in the ass to drive. But it should still. You should still feel what's going on, and it should still be understandable. So that's the great thing with AC1. You can have complete shit setup on the car, and you can understand immediately what you need to change on the setup. So, just from the force feedback and how it drives, it's amazing. Right, back in a second, guys. Why has the music stopped? Yeah, I had to make a cup of tea, but I ended up making a coffee. I put some. We put some burgers on and tips as well. There we go. Right, let's try this MX-5. Setup. So what we can do is remove some the camber. That 1.2 is probably closer to what you would run in. I don't know, these seem like really extreme values. Wouldn't you normally run neutral toe on rear tyres, or you normally have a little bit of negative toe? Positive toe will make the car, the rear one, to just come out all the time, right? Front, you normally have a little bit of negative. Oh, LMU's not till the 9th. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, that's what I thought. You normally have like 0 toe, because you want to be able to rotate the car nicely and have it nimble. Okay. Well, so what I always thought the point of toe, the 2 points, the two main reasons I understood it was, one is like just tire temperature, like for getting good tire temperature was just one thing, like the resistance you get from it from driving a straight line. The other one would be when you're going into a corner, if you've got toe, when you turn both tires, it means that the contact, you've got more contact patch when you're actually turned. If that makes sense, because of the rest of the geometry. That was my understanding. I'm sure there's other aspects to it as well. I don't know what the general view is. This is just me making stuff up in my head. Yeah, no, ignore what's more or less stable. It's like, I tend to think of it more as how it affects the shape of the contact patch seems to be the relevant component. But yeah, sure, the outcome, if you had toe, well, the thing is, if both wheels are towed outwards, then they're both going to be fighting each other. So, you know. Does it not change the shape of the contact patch? Well, there you go. See, I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, it's affected the behaviour a bit, but it's still it's shit. This is just muted it's made it more muted, but it's not actually addressed the nature of the. It's just the cars in EVO are not happy on the limit. It's just like you're in a slide that the car kind of wants to come out of, but it's not happy being in. It's just like you're trapped in a power slide. It's exactly the issue that ACC has. It's not about it's actually the opposite of get good. That's the problem. It's actually drive preemptively, which is requires a lot less skill than actually actively balancing. Right? So it just means you have to avoid slip entirely. Like you're not using it in a useful. You can use it preemptively. So if you know the speed that you go into the corner, you know what slip that'll produce, you know the slide that will happen, and you ride the slide out because you already know beforehand how long that slide will last. Then you can use it like that. But that's just tedious. It's just rote memorization. Whereas slip behavior in vehicles should be like subtly controllable, which is exactly why AC1 is so good for drifting and why people like it so much. And that's the whole joy of driving, is that you're always controlling that slip, like ideally in a very tiny, really small. But most people think that there's only such a thing as drifting or then driving under the limit. They don't realise that you're always basically always drifting in a race car. It's just a very small drift. But sometimes you might want to do a preemptive power slide into a corner. Sometimes you do that, and that's fine as well. And you might just let the car do what it does. But you don't have to always do that. You can choose between the different things. This is the thing: is a lot of people don't have the driving skills to identify that there's like a whole bunch of different mechanics that you can choose to use in different ways and blend between them. Like, this is why in this, yeah, of course I have those skills. You don't have to be that good of a driver to have those skills, but a simulator has to support it. So in this, it's like the power slide is just a passenger slide. It's not that I'm saying most people know skill. There's a good... Okay, the fact is, how many sim racers are capable of being within 2 seconds of track pace? Probably less than 5%, right? So I'm definitely within 2 seconds of track pace on stuff that I practice. So that does put me in a bracket of skill. I'm not an alien. I'm not that good, because the way it goes up in sim racing is it's like the skill curve goes up very aggressively. But then separate to that, you can be very fast whilst driving in a singular driving style. So you can drive the way you drive iRacing. People are very quick at iRacing. iRacing does not support active driving. Physics don't support it. So you can also be very quick at a game and still not have these driving skills. There's people that are very fast at iRacing that cannot drift at all. So, but as I say, there's a difference between someone that's a very fast esports driver that's got very good at a certain type of driving, and then someone that's maybe understands different ways of driving. You know. Well, the thing is, driving passively is a very quick way to drive, especially in driving sims where the conditions aren't that variable. So, the more, and it also applies in real life as well, the more passive you are on the steering wheel, the more you've preempted the grip, you're going to be putting less resistance on the tyres, or what, you know, you generally speaking probably going to be faster, but it's not the only way to drive. And there's a lot of murkiness to the grip levels in a real car and a real track, so there's a lot of sort of exploring stuff out to see where the grip is. Yeah, unfortunately Max Verstappen likes AC1 for the exact same reasons that I point out. So, unfortunately, we happen to have the similar view to probably one of the world's greatest drivers. So if we're going to do the argument from authority, you know. But it's probably just a coincidence. I think if I was given a Formula 1 car, I would have obviously been a pro. I don't know if he said publicly, Niels. I don't know.
The pace car is out of control.
We need him. We need him on camera. We need an interview with him. So Max, why specifically do you? Can you say publicly? What specifically is it that you specifically? Why? What is it specifically?
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1.
Everyone does it for the drifting.
Mods. Really good.
It's not about a sim being perfect. It's that we're at a point with Sim still where they don't allow the most basic of driving techniques. Or some have already done it. Richard Burns Rally, AMS1, AC allow you to drive naturally. They might not be literal to a real car, they're not perfect, but they allow you to do the sort of the multitude approaches of driving. They don't force you into a singular, very, very obvious singular driving style. So it's not about them being perfect. It's that ACC, EVO, iRacing have huge. They huge base, like it's like Super Mario not being able to jump type physics holes. So it's not about nitpicking over I prefer the handling in this to that. It's like you've removed a gameplay mechanic that's fundamental to driving. So if you're not that good at driving, you don't notice it. You'd be like, oh, okay, whatever. But if you've got if you play AC1 and you want, like, that's why you play it, is for the or AMS1 or Richard Burns Rally, that sort of drift mechanic is the crux of it. I mean, this is just absurd. It's absurd It's an MX-5. Like, I mean, what can you do? Gusapi, there's a lot of load on the servers, so it's, you know, I'd expect there to be problems with it whilst it's getting hammered. I'm sure that, you know, it's in beta at the moment, that whole online system. There's no real solution. You can just keep trying, but in fairness, that's the point of them testing this stuff. No, so a huge part for real drivers, one of the biggest aspects, in fairness, is not even the physics of the simulator. It's, can you get the track that you're going to be driving at? Is the track accurate? And then the modding thing does, for real driving, the mod thing, or being able to adjust a car, is very important, because you're actually going to drive a real specific car, and so being able to quickly change the parameters of the car in the video game, even with a video game that's deeply flawed, could be any physics engine, iRacing, whatever, R-Factor 2, AC, LMU, whatever, the ability to then drive your real car and then go, oh, well, the brake points are totally off, so let's just change this parameter. Oh, the car is accelerated, the lap times are off, let's change this parameter. You know, it's more complicated than that, but just that ability allows you to try and get more similarity between the simulator car and your car, even irrelevant to the simulator, and so to the actual quality of the tyre model and other parts of the physics. So the mod thing, if you're literally training for a real car, the mod thing makes more sense, but even though the underlying physics would be the same as to what you'd be playing with anything, it's more just that you can dial in the vehicle to get very specific similarities. And with real cars, one MX-5 is not the same as another MX-5, right? So even if you had a top quality version of an MX-5 in a sim, your real MX-5 might have some rando slight behaviour that you might be able to dial into a mod version, right? Which would be utterly irrelevant if you're never going to drive that specific real car. Like, even the same cars in real life have slight differences that are quite noticeable for the driver. So this is the other thing with, like, active pedals or highly adjustable pedals. Real drivers will be like, I'm driving this real car at the weekend, so I really want the simulator pedal to really line up with the feel of my real car. That's irrelevant for your sim racer, basically. There'd be more what lets me just have control of the cars I drive in my games. But for a real driver, it's literal simulation. It's not, I say, it's not relevant to sim racing, and it's not even about the simulator being more or less realistic generally. It's just tying things up to one specific real thing closely. So a lot of sim racers get confused about this aspect of stuff. But yeah, like even if, so Max Verstappen thing, he does use cars that people have access to. He does use the same cars that anyone can drive, right? And then there's nothing magic. It's still using AC1 physics, so you can already experience that. There are base cars in AC that have those same physics. Don't even need a mod. But I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah. Oh dear. It just, there's so many like weird myths in sim racing that are just built on, like, I don't know where some of them have come from. Like, I think people have just manufactured stories based off preconceptions as to what simulators are, and the ideas that a corporation has done something, or a pro would only use this. It's like just you. I don't know. I think people just, again, base their reality from an argument from authority. Yeah, well, as we said, BMT, as we said quite a few times, like a real car you drive through your ass, not through the steering wheel. So, but a sim, you don't have your ass. So you have to make up for that. Let me get my food. You should build models instead. I know. It's the same things though that I wonder if you got like more prominent live streamers talked about these. If more live streamers talked how I did. The thing is, I'm an idiot. I don't have any authority. I don't want any authority. I couldn't give a shit about wasting money on driving real cars. It's nice having opportunities. I would really enjoy to drive a race car. I'd like to experience it. I'd like to make videos of it. But I do think it is a waste of money. I think it's terrible for the environment. I think it's awful. I would enjoy it, and I'm happy for the people doing what they like. But yeah, I just think like wouldn't. I have no authority, which I like actually, because I would want people to believe things based off what I'm saying in arguments. So actually, I think that's good. I hate authority, but the reality is people base things off authority. So you would need like a Jimmy, a Jardy, and even people would probably go, oh, they don't know. So basically, only really Max Verstappen saying stuff, and people go, well, you can't disagree with him because he's a world champion. But that's it. Like you need these people to say. But the thing is, if you're trying to be a good influencer, if you are direct about flaws in things or talk directly, you piss people off very quickly. You will piss a lot of people off. So it's not worth it at all. And it's not even about being honest and dishonest. It's just like you probably. It's shit going, like, if I make a video that's critical, it's just shit from my perspective, having to read all the same dumb comments, all the same. It's just boring. Like, it's tedious. So the biggest motivation to not be critical is one, not of being honest or dishonest. It's one of going, I just can't be bothered to read the comments or to see the same response. I don't need that. I don't need it. What's the point? I don't need it. I could just say positive stuff and things will be a lot easier and you make more money and you don't get the downside. So what is the point? No, it's only sim racing. So, I totally understand why people don't say stuff more directly. There's no point. It's so much easier not to. Not that I'm not saying I'm get my muscle. Oh, it's so brave. It's not even that, but you know what I mean. It's just a basic thing, isn't it? I'm just getting my food. Chair's wobbling. It's just the engine vibration. We've got to keep the fish awake. Oh my god, these chips have got a lot of piri chips. Are well spicy. So the real question with Evo will be, do Kunos... So when I talked to Marco... Geoda, thank you. Bless you, B. Thank you very much. When I've talked to Marco and Aris, Aris doesn't work at Kunos anymore. They genuinely seem happy with ACC, right? And I don't think there's a reason for them to, like, you know, they could say to me, oh, you know, obviously it's not perfect, and you know, it's a shame that we couldn't get it as good as AC. You know, they could even say that off the record or something. I'd be like, fine, cool, whatever. But they're genuinely happy with it. So that's the thing. If they don't see, if someone can't see a problem with something, obviously no game's perfect. They're very complicated. It's not simple. But if they can't see that there's a fundamental problem with ACC, then it's quite likely that they...
Gamer 5 WTEA Gamer 5
Oh, no.
WTEA Gamer 5 WTEA.
Thank you on both. Thank you very much for the sub on both things there. Appreciate that. If they think it's fine, then it's quite possible it'll just stay the same. Well, it's their game and do what they want, can't they? So. What video did you post? I don't want to get copyrighted. Yeah, PMR. You can adjust the force feedback to get really good detail for tie grip. But the defaults in PMR are absurdly bad. What is this? Why does this feel like it's going to be a copyright? Just Max Verstappen talking. I can't show this on the screen. I mean, can you trust Max? He's like a Belgian Dutch. I mean, really? That's dangerous. Dangerous combo.
Also, you can adjust things, you know. That's why I think it's very good for us, because then we keep playing around with stuff, or we ask the guys that make the mod, you know, to adjust stuff for us, and also tracks and everything. We try to get them realistic, and then we drive, and then we say maybe this curb is not realistic, or is too bumpy, not enough, and then we ask the guy for making some changes, and yeah, we try to make it as realistic as possible.
Gabriel Bortoledo, who has been an ambassador for Team Redline.
That's just what I was saying. It's like, if you're going to drive a real car, real track, the mod aspect that's really handy is you can give direct feedback and just tweak things. Even it could be, you could put the wrong value into a sim to get the desired end result, which is, people often do that as well. But that would break a lot of sim racers' brains. but that's not the correct number. The data. Turns out it's all made up. No, but it's not that complicated. It's like you could go out on a track with your own car, and then you could load up a 3D modeling package and adjust the track bumps. It's not magic. No. Well. Anyway. We will try the super. I'm just eating. Try the NSX, okay. Have to agree to disagree. I know. Well, I'm drinking non-alcoholic beer. I guess that's kids' food. After my chippies. I just wonder... I do wonder, have things changed? So, when ACC came out, I was perceived as being a complete moron. Now, that hasn't... now, that hasn't entirely changed, but definitely when the whole COVID and sim racing and ACC, it was... Gamer Muscle is effing clueless, he can't drive, he doesn't know anything, just ignore him because he's an idiot. Right? I feel, bizarrely, nothing's actually changed, but I feel like more people, the feedback I get from a lot of people, they're like, oh, you were right, you're correct about this. And then we've had a lot more real world race drivers basically say exactly what I've said publicly. So I wonder if now, when I say this stuff about Evo, people can't just go, oh, he's an idiot, ignore what he's saying. Like, even if you have like 2 or 3 other streamers that are really excited by Evo, which is perfectly fine, there's nothing wrong with them being excited with it. In the past, with ACC, everyone would have just gone, oh, Gamer Muscle, what an idiot. I feel like maybe things have changed a little bit in that they still think I'm an idiot, and I don't disagree, but I think people are like, oh, maybe he does actually have a point in that. If you do play AC, and well, why does Max Verstappen like it? And, well, so maybe things have changed a bit. It's all because you get closer to argument from authority. How on earth could I get 100,000 subscribers if I was an idiot? He doesn't even have a driver's license. I don't mind being an idiot. I just feel like we make the exact same points, but I don't think we're ignored to the same degree now. Well, sim racing is only as important as you want it to be. Can't be seen in public agreeing with me. It's not really about who cares about what opinions are. that it's more to do with from a development perspective. If you're making a video game, if a sizable proportion of the audience are like giving you saying, "Oh, this is great, this is perfect," there's no business case to bother developing the game or doing anything different. So, yeah, it's not. I don't really care about who thinks I'm right or wrong. I want good race. I want fun racing sims to play. You know, that's the only reason I care. I'd be totally fine if I'm completely wrong or everyone hates me, but I have a fun video game. Do you know what I mean? So I'll take that. 100%. I would happily, yeah, whatever. As long as I just want fun games to play. NSX. It's like a non-alcoholic beer, right? Lots of people would tell you it's shit, tastes rubbish, what's the point? And it's like, well, I'm happy. I've got non-alcoholic beer to drink. I like how non-alcoholic Guinness tastes. I don't care if other people like it or not. What's good is that there's now a critical mass of people that are buying non-alcoholic beer, so I get to drink more non-alcoholic beers. So it's good for me that more people are buying non-alcoholic beers. You just have to hit a critical mass of people for things. To get a bloody car. What was it? The Honda NSX. The R Factor 2 version of this car is quite good, actually. The Church of Force feedback. Look at the models in this. This is a nice looking car. It looks like a loafer. The car model, Kunos have absolutely nailed it on the 3D models. They're all from Turbo Squid. And they're not, by the way. Look at the suspension on it. What on earth? I mean, this is just a nice looking car, isn't it? Cars have gone to... The same problem with sim racing has happened to real vehicles. It's like, oh, look at... Like, they all look terrible. It's like, what's the point? They look worse. We get strong centering, self-aligning, yeah. I like bitter drinks. You probably, Kevin, you probably just like sweet drinks. Some people don't like bitter stuff. Like some people don't like anchovies or olives. Sometimes, I mean, I like tea. I like orange juice, but I like a range of things. You know, sometimes I like being really calm. Sometimes I like being energized. You know, some people only like sweet things. Some people only like bitter things. Do you think that's an ugly car? It is a bit of a weird length. It looks too long to me. It looks like it should be shorter. But I quite like it. Look at the rear. It's just brake lights. That's a bit overkill, isn't it? How many brake lights do we need? Wow, we've got this space on the rear bumper. Let's fill it with brake lights. Why not? Why? You can never have enough brake lights. What? Why? At Honda, we're passionate. Guys, we've accidentally produced 400% too many brake lights. Can someone invent a car so we can use them up? We really need to get rid of all these brake lights. Oh, don't worry. I've designed the NSX. It's got 40 brake lights. There's that funny video of Senna driving this with loafers, which is worth watching if you haven't seen it. He's got like a footwell camera and he's got his huge shoes on and he's doing his Senna throttle go-kart turbo mitigation. I like how Senna, who's regarded as possibly another one of the driving greats, his driving style would 100% not be supported by iRacing. So again, if Senna drove like how he drove in real life, driven, if you try driving iRacing like that, you're not going to get a good result. Right, anyway, nice oogling at the car here. Right, continue. Add to my cars. He drived it good. Yeah, wait, like getting the weight around, avoid the engine, a delay. Also, intentionally putting the tyres onto the limit to see how the grip is and seeing how it responds. Everything that you just would not do in iRacing. Be like, oh dear. Wow. I'm YouTube featured. Oh, hello, YouTube featured. I don't know what that means, though. I should put some makeup on. I didn't sign up to anything. 2070 Super Triple 1440p. Right. Have they set? Let's see if they see the camber's quite aggressive on this as well. Maybe it's just their default. The thing is, in the past with AC, Kuhn, I don't know if they do this anymore, but their defaults tended to be like what the manufacturer defaults were. I think that's what Aris said once. I might have got that wrong, but look at my zombie hand. He needs some vitamin D, this guy. He's got like his hands all pink and like he's got dirt all over his hand. Like, he looks like a ham. What's going on? He's like he's been in a punch up. He's all bruised. It's like he's clawed his way out of a grave. He's a proper corpse. Look at that. Yes, I'm coming out of the grave to get you. Zombie attack! It's gonna throttle your neck. That's very creepy. The slow hand. That's actually quite disturbing. Yes, give me the will. Use the force. Yes. Yes. It's my entertainment. This is how I enjoy driving sims. That's what I do. Resident EVO. Oh, fixed brake bias. Why is it like it's bogging down a lot? Why is it? Does this car have TC? Oh, it does. Say. thought we could nose it in a bit there. I mean, what on earth? I just don't get it. I just don't. Oh no. You just have to drive preemptively. I think there is delay between the sim and the force feedback and the response. You're not going to just rotate in an uncatchable way. So... But it's just you're doing a power slide every slide. Fanatec CSL on the other rig. We could put a CSL DD Plus on this, but the Moser Alt R21 has really good force feedback, like really raw, really clean. So it's a good kind of baseline wheel for force feedback. Same with the Moser R20. Like the Moser stuff's a good sort of middle ground of like, wait, just it's fine, like any of the DDs really, if you turn all the filters off. No, you do have input lag, you're just not noticing it. It's not that there's input lag, it's the wrong word to use. The input, you can see the wheel all lines up visually at least. It's a lag between the physics and what's going on with the sim, and then the force feedback that's actually coming back to you, and then what you do as an input. And so you could say, oh, maybe that's the tyre flex, maybe it's something else. But it's the same. ACC has the same problem. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that don't notice this sort of stuff. They just don't notice it. Yeah, I don't know what your reference for feels great is. That's the problem. I'm talking from someone that's... What you think feels great is quite likely that you've got a lot less experience, so you're probably happy with stuff that might be not that good. That sounds really like arrogant. But it's the truth. Like, yeah, well, you might just not notice. So that's, you know, a lot of people don't. It sounds shitty, but it's true. It's like when people that have a gaming monitor and they can't notice 60 hertz, like 60 FPS, or like how many people's houses have I been around to, or like family, where they've got a TV, right? How many laps have you done in real life? Right, I go around to people's houses and I might watch a film at a friend's house or something, and they have their TV's motion smoothing on, and I'm like, how the F are you watching this? Like, I can see ghosting behind the people's arms. The movement is accelerating and de-accelerating. I can, like, the audio, like, I'm just like, how are you even watching the film? Like, there'll be something happening and it's speeding up and slowing down, right? And they're like, oh, it's fine to me. And I'm like, oh my God, how are you even watching this? It's like, just... It's like... Just set the TV to like a basic setting with all the filter shit off and that's good enough. I'm not saying... No, I'm not telling... I don't tell people to dial it all in and get it all perfect. It's just like... Some of the settings are so bad. Just turn the shit off. Oh no, my parents are terrible with TV. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I actually don't care with TVs. This is the thing. I have like an Optoma 1080p projector that I project onto the wall. It's a consistent image. It's like shit contrast. It's terrible, but it's fine. Works great. Whatever. Nice big image. Because I can watch with my headphones on. It's fine. My parents are mental. They have like a 42-inch OLED. That's not a bad OLED. In like a panel. I don't know. Nice-ish OLED. But it's in the corner. And then the speakers aren't either side. So it's like, what's the point of having those speakers? Just have a sound bar. There's no point in having speakers if they're not either side of the TV. And then they have like 5 remotes for this convoluted entertainment system. It's like, just use the TV. Like, no one cares. It's like using my parents' TV is like going into the NASA control center just to change channel. Oh, you want to turn the TV on? Well, you have to turn the Wi-Fi on. You have to select the right thing, and then you have to turn the other thing on. It's like, why? What are you doing? Why? It doesn't even, you're not even using... Oh, dear. I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't get it. If you're just going to put a TV in the corner, totally fine. Just use a sound bar. Just put the TV in the corner. Done. One remote. When I'm in my 70s, I am not going to give a shit about any of this stuff at all. I'll be like, right, turn it on. Does it work? That'll do. I'll be dead soon. Can make the most out of my time. I want to just spend time with remotes. I'm like that already. Sonic. Oh my goodness. I use Lock to Horizon because it stops me getting motion sick, and no, it doesn't disconnect you from the driving if you actually know how to drive. Oh no, the amount of times you go to the cinema and it's out of focus and somehow no one's noticed. And it shouldn't even be possible now because the laser projectors they use in cinemas auto-calibrate on the screen. So it doesn't even make sense why it would be out of focus. Or, I don't get it. So I might be on the spectrum, guys. So it turns out that we could be, we might be, might have a bit of ADHD, but only a little bit. These are important things. These are very important things. I'm on the ZX spectrum. Yeah, I for obvious stuff, exactly. But yeah, but what we say is obvious. But that's the problem though, isn't it? Obvious is clearly subjective. Just doing some slides here just to like preempt put it into site. Yeah, it's all preemptive driving, so to me my brain's just shutting off driving this. And NSX should be like sluggish and you working with the weight of the car, but you're still on top of it, but everything in this is like turn-based driving. It's all preemptive, which is not the experience. It's also this is really muted as well in terms of the detail for what the car's doing, and that's not the experience of driving a car. Should be like you're on top of, you're in the car, it's part of you. Could be quite a heavy slow car or something, but still, you know, the thing is, so a lot of people, look, I'll just drive around quicker here. They will drive around like this. They'll catch the oversteer. They'll be like, oh look, there's the brake point. Smoothly braking into the corner. Oh, and then oh, look. Oh, wow, what a catch. Wow, I was on the limit there. Oh, braking into that. Oh, I'm gonna hit the apex. Oh, look at it sliding a bit. Oh, on the throttle. Oh. Wow, this is the NSX experience. Oh, look at this. I'm having to nudge it into the corner, and the force feedback. I feel it. I feel the flex of the tyre, guys. I feel the tyre flex as I nudge it in. Oh, I'm gonna hit the apex here. Let's just. Oh, look at that. Oh, I can really feel the weight of the car. It's fucking shit. They'll be driving it like that, and they'll be like, it's amazing. It's terrible. You know exactly what's going on in the brains. It feels like there's like a built-in damper as you're turning that's giving you no detail. Oh dear. It's easy to drive though, that's good. I do think that's really good. It's good that it's easy to catch, and you know, so from a functional perspective, that's really good. Curbing doesn't bin you. Where's this shit talk about Did you watch our live streams? Well, first of all, PMR has really good force feedback when you set it up. Did you not watch our live stream where we were constantly going on about the bloody frame rate in that game? And literally arguing with the CEO over the performance. I mean, like, what do you want? Like, the issues with PMR is the terrible AI that just bins you and the bloody frame rate. I'm not going to complain about stuff that's not terrible. Like, the force feedback in PMR is good. And the physics are wish-washy, but it's fun to drive, I'd say. Like, I wouldn't say it's realistic necessarily, but it's fun. What they improved with this over the previous version is that the previous version of the game, if you went over the limit, you couldn't catch it. So they fixed that. So that is a big improvement. We need to. Is there an NSX for AC? I mean, there will be, but is there one built into the game? I actually thought the NSX for R Factor 2 is quite nice to drive. PMR has better force feedback than EVO for describing what its physics are doing. But EVO, and it's got better AI than EVO, but it doesn't run as well as EVO, doesn't look as nice, and the under the limit grip is nowhere near as good, and the car models and stuff are a lot better in EVO. But to say it's got nothing on it, there's quite a few aspects in PMR that are better than EVO, but then PMR's released as a full release title for £70, which is ridiculous. So yeah, Evo's cheaper as well. So, but there are specific things which we point out that each sim does better. It's weird how this feels as if you've got like 15% damper on, at least. Even when you've got it completely turned off. I feel like the physics might be okay, apart from like the way it is in a slide, generally speak, like in terms of balancing and holding the slip. I feel like a lot of the issues of this are to do with force feedback. It's like, well, the slides are basically power slides. We'll put we could try. I don't know if you can put slick tyres on this car. Yeah, the cars in this don't seem to want to hold slip. But you can dip wheels on the grass now without it just insta-spinning the car, which is good. Okay, we'll do the Supra. Try the Supra. Well, just play AC1. It's a lot better. I'm sure maybe Kunos will get there eventually with this. Oh, you have to go to this vehicle thing, vehicle hub. Did I tell Marco at the Sim Racing Expo? What I mean, they know my view. They watch the live stream. they want to pummel me to death with a wet sardine. What was it? What we driving? Well, yeah, the UI is insane in this. I've told them this. I don't. It could be worse. I mean, the UI is pretty bad in Project Motor Racing as well, but I think this is actually worse than PMR's UI. Race Room had a pretty bad UI. They've gradually been improving it. But yeah, it's not the graphical styling of this UI. It's the flow of it is so arduously annoying to like do stuff. The Toyota Supra. Yeah, PMR's usable, but stuff's in places where you wouldn't think it. but it's following a fairly traditional flow of a pretty established UI. But it's race room has four. Race room's like, right, we've got the UI from 2012, and then we also have a web-based user interface that loads up that you can't get out of straight away, which is another UI. And then we have our multiplayer UI, and then we also have our updated single-player UI. It is literally 4 UIs. Imagine. It's like using a German ticket machine where you select... Oh, it's so funny. In Dusseldorf, I wanted to get a train to Cologne and I was trying to use a ticket machine and I click English and all it does is it changed the title on the ticket machine to English, like train ticket machine, right? But everything else was in German, like the day ticket or return, all in German. It just changed the flag and the main title. It's like, oh, what's the point? I might as well have left it in German. Oh, it's so stupid, but also absolutely hilarious. So I thought it was funny. Constant complaining. You wait till I fly gliders. I don't complain in gliders. We need to do some glider flying, actually. Oh, German trains. Where's this toy? I'm blind, guys. Is it behind my chat room? Why am I so blind? What's going on here? Oh, they've got the Peugeot. Peugeot. Oh, here we go. Renault 5 GT Turbo. Look at that box. Yeah, there we go. These are quite nice looking cars, aren't they? Do they? Niels. Alphabetical order has no match for my dyslexia. This alphabetical order, which comes... I'd have to go through the alphabet to tell you what order. I know Z's at the end and A's at the beginning, but anything in between, I don't know. We got the drift tune. Look at this. It's got a diffuse... Oh, that looks nice. Do you remember Need for Speed Underground? It was really... Why is this not more of a thing? It was really nice taking a car that looked like this and then putting the body kits on it to make it look like that. And it's actually really fun because all you're doing is selecting predefined things, but it does make the car look really quite different. So it really makes you feel like you've customised it. Yeah, this car look... MX-5s are like this as well. They look a bit plain and bland, but look so much... They look really nice with body kits. Like having a sort of flat... straight-edged body kits blends really nicely with the curvature of the upper part of the body. That looks really nice. I mean, it'd be better in like blue or something, but yeah, it needs some underglows. What was it? The law on underfloor lighting? I think in the UK it's illegal, but in America, you're not allowed blue. You're not allowed any light that could be mistaken with a work truck or police. So I think you can have green. You can have certain colours basically. It's like really weird. In the UK, I don't think you're allowed any underfloor lighting at all. Yeah, in America, it's just nothing that could be mistaken with a maintenance vehicle or a police car. So you can't have green. So what can you have? Pink.
The pace car is out of control.
No, pink's probably too close to blue. Thanks for following. Welcome. The thing is, at least with Kunos, you know that they're going to polish this up. You know they're going to not just ditch it, right? Whereas I think there's a real risk with Project Motor Racing that they'll go, well, it didn't work. Goodbye, guys. big steering wheel in this car. Why is it so reluctant? It's reluctant to go in. It doesn't want to turn on the brake at all. We turn ABS off on this. Maybe we need a handbrake. Oh, here we go. I don't know what button 87 is. Let's see. 87. What's button 87? Oh, I'll tell you what, we'll just bind it to something else. Guess you can't adjust it. Guess you can't adjust it anyway. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, it's fixed ABS on it. I don't know, it was just that I couldn't get it to... I need a handbrake, or just drive it from the throttle, flicking it. It does feel delayed though compared to AC. Just weird.
The pace car is out of control.
100 level 100 drift.
The pace car is out of control.
Is it? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I mean, it literally feels like the wheel rotation is wrong. Like, there's something buggered with this game. I do not get it at all. Right, look, let's just load up a drift car in AC1. It's just yeah. Let's load up AC1, and I'm not very good at drifting, but there's some, like, it's got the same problem that ACC has, where there's some like weird physics and force feedback delay or something. There's something massively off with it. That sure, you can memorize how to drive a game and then drive it preemptively to sort of get around that. Fine, but that's not the point of driving. I mean, this bit. What car have we got here? Category, just a drift car. We got drift cars. I don't know what we got. Whoops.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
We don't need a flatter track. It's Brands Hatch.
Activating profile Assetto Corsa, GM,
It's
soft
Brands
T.
Hatch. Oh, why are we doing a race? Oh no. Oh well. Here we go. It's the same car. Look, the cockpit looks well good in this. My wheels gone mental. Get out of the way! Trying to drift through the traffic. Why is the AI better in this than ever? That doesn't help! which car is there another Kunos drift one in there? I thought this was the drift version. This is not the drift version. This is the road car version drives better than the drift version. Okay, we'll do but the way that that handles, the way that car handles is just so much more progressive when it's in slip. But maybe you go, oh, that's unrealistic. This guy, what do we do? Would you? Oh, apparently this is a drift spec. This is supposed to be the same car, I think. Oh, here we go. Hang on. TC off. Oh, I couldn't fit through there sideways. It's hard to drift in traffic. Need a handbrake. You really have to preemptively throw this car out. Ow! Can't drift if there's a car in the way. The force feedback with this mod car, I mean with this AC1 car, is just on another level for detail. My terrible driving. We need to be in a. I think we need to turn the track grips on really high. So it's. There you go. Oh, keep forgetting it's got TC. I don't know about you guys, but to me that just seems a lot more natural for drifting. I'm not. I like to use the throttle, the brake to nose a car in, but you can't do it with this car. Too fast. So it took me like 2 laps for it to start just making sense, right? Like, EVO just doesn't make sense. I've never driven this car in AC before. I don't really do drifting. The way this holds slip is, you know, the way this holds slip is just so much more natural, I think. Like,
The pace car is out of control.
what's going on here? Oh. We've broken our software. Right. We'll do this guy. We'll go back to the one in EVO after driving this. Also, it doesn't feel like there's any delay with this. Bloody hell, my wheel's breaking. the delays the physics. It does it in ACC. It's not the CPU. Oh my goodness. No, I play all the simulators. We play everything. Well, I like to nose the car in on the brake, but this car has ABS, so you have to do it all with like Scandinavian flick. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, I can immediately in AC, I can be like, oh yeah, I can see what I'm doing wrong. I need to learn the timing for the momentum of the car. My throttle control's fine when in the slide, but I need to be more smooth on the exit. And it's how much to flick the car into the corner. How much to what angle to flick it into the corner, where you can still use the brake with that car even with the ABS, but only after over a certain angle, otherwise it loses them. So it becomes an interesting puzzle, right? It becomes interesting to get better with that car, whereas in EVO it's like, what the earth is going on with the vehicle? It's like slopping in and out of
profile Assetto Corsa EVO.
Yeah, I don't understand the CPU comments. It's like if a 5800 X3D chip somehow introduces latency with games, the developer's got bigger problems. You can't turn ABS off. We turn traction control off. We don't have stability control. Right, let's put the grip down to fast as well. That can help. Yeah, given the price of RAM and everything else, if a 5090 with a 5800 X3D chip can't blitz through a game on, like, you know, moderate settings, and also if you're getting input delay at 112 to 120 FPS, there's something wrong with this. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's nothing to do with CPU. I don't know. It's crazy. Well, that's what I'm saying. Input delay is the wrong word, but that's what it ends up feeling like. It's really more something like some underlying physics delay or some weird thing. ACC has the same issue. Yeah, but I mean, supercar tyres should still be totally driftable. We can try the tyres. The lack of front end feel as well, just you're driving blind. It's so stupid. I just don't understeer off a corner like that normally in other sims. I guess I just don't. I can't drive. Well, where do I change the tyres? Where do I change the tyres? Where is the actual tyre? Fuel and straight. Here we go. Yeah, oh, bloody hell, cold tyres. You can feel if your tyres are cold and they're not gripping. That's the point. It would just be lower grip. I honestly, I think what it is, people just watch, like, think for yourself. Yeah, cold tyres banned. Cold tyres. Oh, dear God. It's the same comments over and over again. Yeah, a centripetal track would be really good. Yeah. No, you're totally missing the point. No, you're not thinking for yourself. You completely missed the point. Think of it this way. Do you think someone that's been playing driving sims for 20 years might have a loose idea of the nature of cold tyres having less grip and inducing understeer? Do you think that's possible? "20 years!" Well, it's like, it's more snappy and responsive in some ways, which in some ways is a good aspect to have a snappy responsiveness. But then ironically, there's this bizarre, like disconnected aspect to the force feedback, and a bizarre kind of delayed aspect to what you're doing and then how the physics respond. So you like older, simplistic, and snappier sim racing? Well, no, this is snappier than a sit. Right, you're banned. That's it. You've earned yourself a ban. You're back timeout. You get a timeout for that. That's it. Stupid comment gets a timeout. If I can find your comment, you get a timeout. Wait for my chat to catch up. You get a timeout because we just said EVO is snappier. And B, that's utterly beside the point. And C, you literally have a current one of the greatest drivers in the world saying that like thinking that AC is great. So, you know, I can't find the comment. Type another comment so I can time you out. That's it. I mean, I've had enough. I've had enough of the stupid comments, but I can't time you out until you comment again. Dictator muscle. Ah, there we go. Don't ban him, just time him out. The echo chamber. Do you know who else is in the game of Muscle Echo Chamber, though? It just wants to do a power slide. Right. It doesn't want to actually drift. The car wants to power slide, and then it wants to come out of the drift really aggressively. Which, to be fair, like, real tyres do want to snap into grip. It doesn't have less grip though, that's the thing. It's more pokey than AC. It just doesn't want to stay in the slip at all. Like, it really does not want to be. And then it just wants to, it wants to do like an unhinged. It just wants to like wobble in a really unhinged way. Oh. Also, interestingly, that once you start sliding, it wants to slide for longer when all four wheels give out on grip. But the thing is, I'm not good at drifting. To me, when I jump into AMS1, it makes sense instantly. When I jump into Richard Burns Rally, it makes sense instantly. When I play AC1, it makes sense instantly. They drive differently, but it immediately makes sense. This just, it does not make sense at all. Like, even you can see I was struggling to drive the one in AC1, but it makes complete sense what's going on. It's not about it doing. I just have no filter on in my wheel. It's not force feedback settings. I'm just telling you guys, this game's bollocks. That's my, you know, it's AC1's just on another level. Until they fix this, I'm just telling you. That's my argument. Because it doesn't matter what I say, so I might as well just say physics are a bit shit in this. No one will believe me anyway. It's, you know, so it doesn't really matter, does it? There's no point me... Bingo. You know what? Like, someone will learn how to drift in this, and there'll be a video of someone doing nice drifting in EVO, and after they've tweaked the setup a bit more, and they'll go, oh, look, you can drift really good in it. Oh, it's amazing. And they'll be like, okay, yeah, fine. Looks better, sounds better, has better suspension, has great attention to details, but drives like ass. I've drove the F40, it's terrible. Well, I can drift okay in AC with not with this car, but with cars on like a drift track. It's just the force feedback's disconnected as well. It's just it's definitely the SSD, yeah. I've got stuck in understeer here. Kowalski. Oh, that's because you've had too much experience with AC, so it's brainwashed you. It's brainwashed you. It's that's what's happened there. Right, let's do the F40. I mean, yeah. Still going about force feedback. Don't you think it's weird that, okay, obviously a wet track with a real car with a locked diff is not the same as driving in the dry and drifting a proper full-size track, right? So it's not the same at all, right? But don't you think it's weird that someone that's never driven a car could go to drift limits on their little skid pan with their Nissan 350Z or whatever it is with a locked diff, and within turning the steering wheel twice can be holding slip around corners at low speed instantaneously, like that's it, straight away, like no, utterly intuitive, having never driven before. Yet going to and generally AC1's a lot like that. So, and then you try this, and it's like, okay, not sure what's going on here, but you know, whatever. Drifting on low speed on wet track, it's probably easier in everything. Probably drifting in the wet on this is probably really easy. It's a different thing. It's ridiculous the way the way it snaps is insane. It's delayed as well. It's like there's no force feedback until after it's already basically like going. It's a nice looking car, yeah. See, that there is out of time with what you're doing. There's something really messed up in this game. It's exactly like ACC. I have a second PC. We don't stream off the same PC. I'm sorry, but like what? Like I'm trying to drive based off what the car's doing. It's so ridiculous when you're actually at the. I think what it is a lot of sim racers. I keep saying this. They drive either under the limit or preemptively. They don't actually try to drive on the actual limit. And so they don't notice when physics are completely bollocks like this, or in ACC, they don't notice it because they're not, or even in iRacing, because they're not actually driving on the limit. They're driving into the limit by preemptively, you know, like how you have to drive iRacing. So it hides, it masks the actual limit behaviour. Because you're only ever doing a power slide, which most sims can do. It's absurd. It's bollocks. It's actually bollocks. Come on, Kudos. You can do better. I mean, sure, we could do race. We did an online race in the MX-5. I can drive under the limit in this for lap after lap after lap. But and if you do step over, you can pull it back. But that is shit. That's a really boring way to drive. It's just not fun. It's like, why would you want to do that? Why on earth would you want to drive like that unless that's how you think that's the only way to drive? And so you're like, oh, well, now I can catch the car, so now it's good. Oh, my God, it's so bad. Sim racing's going to be... It's never going to get better. There's enough people that don't get it. That means that Sims will stay shit. I don't know. I don't know what we can do. Unless a developer gets it and that's what they push for, we are screwed if you want to actually have a realistic simulator. Like, we're screwed. Those of you that don't know and don't care, you will be like, oh, it's fine. No, you won't care, so it's fine. But those of us that actually want to drive at the limit properly, as you can in a real car, we're stuck with AC1 and AMS1 and Richard Bird's Rally, maybe. We're stuck. Like, we are not. Those of us that know are effed. No, so we tried different car setups with the MX-5 and stuff. It's the same. We're screwed. We're absolutely screwed. Honestly, there's no hope, because there's at least 50%, maybe 60% of sim racers that do not know about feeling the front tyres in force feedback. There's even YouTubers that don't know, they don't get it. So they will keep saying, "Oh, it's really good." We're screwed. It doesn't matter. We're totally screwed. So that's it. That's it. Well, we're bollocksed. We're absolutely bollocksed. If you care about actual balancing a car in slip, you're done. That's it. It's bollocksed. It's not about it being better or different. It doesn't support a totally natural drive. It's you're screwed. So there you go. But there's enough people that don't know, so there you go. Unfortunately, it's just how it is. I think what it is, I think there's the problem of when you've got more complex tyres. Game over, yeah. It's bollocks, mate. When you've got more complex tyres, I don't know if the developer is capable of being able to then get them to behave correctly. So it ends up always being some like bizarre compromise. It just ends up being some weird compromise. That's, and then you market it like with iRacing. Their tyres are totally bollocksed, but they do a bunch of marketing and go, "Oh guys, look, the GT3 cars, they're really good." It's like they slip a bit under the limit and are vague, and then turn off. And that's enough for a whole load of people to go, "Oh, well done, iRacing, man, look, they're progressing things." It's arguably worse than it was before. The reality just doesn't matter. As long as you have an authority, bunch of influencers to go along with it, that's it. Done. Capsule. There's no reason for developers to even. They should make if a developer makes a polished game, it doesn't really matter. Like, look how popular Gran Turismo is. That game has the force feedback is just clipping constantly, and Gran Turismo players just don't say it. The physics in Gran Turismo are really not very good. They're all right in the gamepad. It's passable. That's fine, but really not very good. Whatever, man. No, the version, it seemed like they'd mostly improved a lot of the aspects. They'd improved the cars, just binning it, but the combined slip thing is still messed up. So yeah, back to AC1. The thing is, as well, right? You have the thing of like, no one plays AC1, AMS1, so no one's really going to talk about it. AC1 is not huge online, so there's not really much reason to play it if you're a streamer. Well, ironically, as they've tried to make GT7 more realistic, it's made it handle less realistic. Yeah, no. So the drivers give feedback to developers. The developers already know what they generally want to do. The drivers are there for marketing primarily and to give some overview feedback that could be useful as a general gauge of what a real-world driver thinks of the game at that point in time. But 99% of a simulator is defined by the physics programmer, the car implementer, and maybe the lead game designer, right? That's 99% of it, and then a driver consultancy will help with like a fractional component of dialing things in, or maybe hinting that something's probably should be a bit more intuitive, or something the setups are wrong or whatever. A real driver typically does not have any games development experience, so they don't also know. They wouldn't necessarily know that this parameter changed here will change this aspect of the dynamics of the vehicle separate to car setup. So the whole real race driver feedback thing is mostly bullshit. The developers already know how cars generally should handle. It's just that the games are very hard to get to behave in a realistic way. So it's all a compromise. I know that goes against the whole developers got data and they've done this and it's all based off the data. It's a video game, guys. People need to understand this. It's a video game. And so ultimately it's down to the developer to just make things work. And then real drivers can go, oh yeah, it seems pretty good. It doesn't. So if you wanted a real drive, so you ideally for real driver feedback, someone like Jimmy Broadbent would be quite good. Well, he probably needs even more real world experience in faster cars, but for what he's driven, he will have a good experience of multiple simulators, and he will understand the flaws of like iRacing, AC, whatever, you know. And he's driven some real cars, so that'd be quite good for feedback. Max Verstappen and some of the newer Formula drivers and F2 drivers will be quite good because they'll be very high level AC, iRacing, whatever, different simulators and real life driving. So they'll be able to correlate the differences. They're quite likely to know what the metas are, right? But someone that only really drives real cars, they'll be able to just say, well, it's not realistic. So, but even then, it's not really about. It's more just games development's really hard. It's like if I was to ask you, to anybody, you know what a thing like if I ask you to paint a tree that's on a hill, right? You know what a tree on a hill looks like, but you might not know how to paint. So you can know exactly what a tree in the summer on a hill, grassy hill, would look like. You can picture it in your mind's eye. You could even look at it, right, and try and copy it. But you might not know how perspective works. You might not know what colours to mix. You might not know the trick for making leaves with paint look good. You might not know to do the background before the foreground or what to do in the background. You know, you might not know all the technical process of painting, even though you absolutely know what it visually should look like. Your picture of a tree on a hill probably looks shit. And I can tell you, painting a tree on a hill is bloody easier than making a simulated race car. And you could probably get away with going, oh, well, you know, it's abstract. So this is what people need to understand. It's not going to help you as a painter to have another person stood next to you that's seen a real tree and have them go, yep, your painting's not very good. You'd be like, yeah, well, I'm trying my best. You know. Or you could have a situation where someone asks you to paint a tree you've never seen, so you try and paint a tree based off your assumptions, and someone that's seen this rare tree that you've never seen can describe it to you, and you go, and you do your best, but if you can't paint in the first place, it's going to look shit. If you can paint really well, then you can use their feedback to like go, all right, you're using your technical skill to then make something better. But it would be down to your technical skill of painting rather than even necessarily the feedback of that guy. The guy would go, well, you know, this tree, it's got less leaves on it, 40% less leaves than an oak tree. It's about this height compared to this tree. It's, you know, and then you'd be like, oh, okay, but it would depend on the artist to be able to draw it more so than the feedback from the person describing the tree. These are good analogies, I have to say. GTR is using Gmotor physics engine, so that was more case of modding a solid pre-existing simple physics engine, not actually simple. The tree doesn't look right. Why? I don't know, just doesn't look right. Painted it upside down. The roots are in the air. Go watch Bob Ross. I just think, like, well, it's just, the problem is, from my perspective, I would like something that's the same as AC or AMS1 or RBR. Maybe better. I would like better, but I don't care. It could be the same as those sims, but in a newer graphics engine with the built-in online ranking, right? I have like 10,000 hours of sim racing as well. So like, it's not, I don't think the novelty of AMS1 or AC is used up. So what's frustrating is you have clearly even influencers that are like, oh no, AC's fine now, force feedback's fine, it's all right, it's actually okay. So what are you going to do? It's never going to get better. I'm going to go and play gliders in Flight Sim. I think that's what I need to do. It makes me just feel like I'm just done with sim racing. I keep playing AC, but it's just, you know, because what happens is we had ACC for like 5 years of utter shit, and I'm glad that people enjoyed it. I'm really happy that, I keep saying this, like I'm happy that it's allowed people like James Baldwin did well with it. Jardier's managed to do really well with it, so I'm really glad that it existed for those people, and for the esports people that managed to do competitions and do well with it. It's not that it's universally bad in its content either, so I'm happy for that. But from a sort of selfish experiential thing of playing a video game, it's just awful. And well, that's it. You have when one of these games is shit, that's 5 or 6 years until the next attempt, if not longer. So, you know, that's the problem. So, the tree isn't handling at the limit. Yeah, we're just... Sim racing's just been stuck in like a 10-year... Since AC1 came out, or actually AMS, which came out in 2014, sim racing's been stuck. Absolutely stuck. I mean, it could be worse. Like, look at Battlefield. Those games got worse after Bad Company 2, basically. Or maybe Battlefield 3. So that was again 2010. And flight sims are coming on a bit. The new IL2's coming out. But, you know, things can get stuck for decades. Humans often assume that things get better, but sometimes they don't. Yeah, but even AC Rally's worse than Richard Burns Rally, which doesn't make any sense, does it? like, how on earth can a game be worse than something from 20 years ago? Like, it's not universally worse. Nice graphics, there's interesting parts to it, but it as a driving experience, it's worse than Richard Burns Rally. So how does that even happen? How can you make a game that the fundamental gameplay is worse than a game from 20 years ago? It's just, it doesn't make sense. It's not the most... Oh my goodness. The Moser wheel gives perfectly detailed force feedback. I also have a Fanatec wheel. We use lots of wheels. I've played. We play sims on multiple wheels. Let's go back to Pentium 4s. Club Sport DD. I do have another Fanatec wheel that we could stick it on the rig. This is what happened with ACC though, right? I point out the force feedback's bollocks. There's some weird delay in the physics.
Cheers, amigo.
Thank you, Floydan. And then all the comments are, it's your settings. And it's like, well, no, it's not. We've used rigs, other people's rigs. Then they go, it's your wheel because you're on this wheel. At that time, it was a Fanatec wheel. And we're like, well, it's not. I own 5 DD wheels. We tested it with DD wheels. It's not the wheel. We've also used it on other people's wheels. It's your wheel settings. Well, it's not. We've used it on other wheels. You go through the same. It's your wheel rotation settings. Well, it's not, because if you understand how wheel rotation affects input, you know how it affects input. It's the pros and cons. It's not that. It's not. It's your computer system. It's because you're using an NVIDIA graphics card, AMD CPU. It's not that. It's everything but maybe. Could it be that Gamer Muscle's correct? It's constant. It's constant. It's constant. It's like anything but the bold idiot that is annoying could be right. Anything but that. To be fair, I would want anything but that. Yeah, you need DDR6, DDR5. You need to spend £500. Pixel Jet Sim, you've been doing this for decades. I've got the wrong seat. This is my monitor. I'm only using 120 Hz OLED. That's not good enough. It's your internet connection. Could be. It's not XMP. It's the what was it called? What's the NVIDIA thing? The bridge thing. What's it called? Resize bar. Resize bar, guys. Resize bar. Oh, sim racing, honestly. Why is it that at Sim Racing Expo I can sit down on Niels' rig with AMS1 that I hadn't touched for 2 years and immediately be like, I was driving badly, but immediately be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Immediately, instantaneously be like, oh, it seems pretty good. Like, maybe not exactly how I'd set it up myself for personal preference, but absolutely nothing wrong with it. Why is that what the experience is when you jump in a real car? Or like AC on lots of rigs, even when it's set up badly. You're like, oh yeah, well, kind of makes sense. This is 7 times. Oh, the glider version. Oh, we should do some gliding. I need some glider therapy. I hope you're doing all right, Lee. Oh. What's resize bar? I think it's to do with... No, I wouldn't even be able to describe it. I think it's like how the memory is chunked or something, or how the memory of the graphics card and the RAM and the CPU can communicate. I'm not quite sure. I did have to Google it. I really don't know. But people go on about it all the time. is where you get drinks. The bar goes up and down. See if you can access the full VRAM. There you go. But there's some games with it on apparently have issues, and some games with it without it on have issues. Should be on by default, to be honest, with most modern motherboards and graphics cards. I'm having a great time. Actually, it's not too bad. It's just the state of sim racing is a bit depressing, really. Not that Kunos have done a bad job on this. It's just, it's a shame compared to AC. I'd say that EVO is in a better state than Project Motor Racing in many ways. I mean, graphically it's a lot better. Car models are better. Force feedback's worse for the game. Like, I think many aspects of EVO's physics are quite realistic. Like the under the limit, the grip levels is really nice, and the braking and acceleration and whatever feels quite nice. But the force feedback does not communicate the front tyres very well. So well, as I say, the thing with GTR 2, that game is built on top of G-Motor, so it's like it's more of a modification than a full game in some way. That is, I mean, they put a lot of work into it, but this has been a big problem for new games. Is that the developers are building entire game engines and entire physics engines, and then having to build the content. So that's like 10 times the work than if you... So, like, let's say I licensed AC1. As a developer, I'd be like, okay, well, I'm basically just building mod cars, and then I'd need to I'd need to redo the UI. Again, that's just redoing the graphics. And then you probably want to add a few features. It's still a lot of work, but that's completely different to building an entire physics engine, graphics engine, plus content, plus changing the content as you adjust physics engine fundamentals. So when you've got like G-Motor, like let's say you've already got AC1 physics, the physics are locked down, so it means all the art and car people don't have to keep redoing work that they've done, because they know what's what. They know, when it works, it's done. If you're working on so at the moment this game doesn't allow you to properly hold slip. So what if it turns out that's because could be a car implementation issue? So then all the cars will have to be adjusted, and when you've got like 30-40 cars, that's like, well, that's a month gone at least. So, well, ring runners, can you not see the difference between this and AC and AMS1? Whatever. No, I agree. I'm just explaining the reasons. Yeah, I would much rather a worse looking graphics engine that runs a lot faster. But you have to think, with something like this, Kunos will be thinking, if you're building a graphics engine, you need to make sure it's good for the next 5 to 10 years, sort of thing. So, and then also stuff like frame gen and all DLSS and all that kind of stuff. So when they inevitably do release it on console, it can then take advantage of that to get smooth console performance. So you kind of, if you're going to build an engine, you might as well build a contemporary engine. But you'd have thought you could still design it around it running faster, but oh well. I will, Matt. I would give it a go. don't know what to do. I might have a break, guys. This is giving me ACC depression. Maybe do some glider flying or something. But yeah, I mean, I would say it's an improvement over the previous version. The cars don't just bin you, so functionally that's good. And obviously there'll be a lot of people that think this is amazing, so good for Kunos. Is that new IL2? Do you know the release date for it? IL2 Korea? Because I keep getting adverts for it, but I don't know the release date. Car models in this are really good. I think the F40 looks better in blue than red. Maybe not this colour blue, but... It's crazy how the back of the car is just an engine, and how big the engine is in this car. Hello, Colin Lack. I'm a big fan. You don't want to be a big fan. That's terrible. That's a terrible idea. It's weird. 3 exhaust pipes. I wonder how that works. Not these 2 radiators and then. Turbo and wastegate. Nice. Whew. Right, so I'm gonna have a break and some food. I might stream again later. We'll see. It depends. Depends. My brain's being turned off by Kunos. Maybe one day they'll do an update and they'll fix the weird input delay or physics delay or whatever's going on, and maybe the glory of Assetto can be maintained. Maybe it will happen. You never know, do you? Could do. Could happen. I know the 3D community people are mentors. I find that quite funny though. Right. I'm We're gonna have a break. Might do some gliding actually. Thanks for watching though. I might see you later if we do gliding, we'll see. Hope everyone has a good night. If I don't see you later, we'll see. Gonna send you to a friend of ours, good guy. Or yeah, might see you later. I need refueling. I need a cup of tea and a brick on the forehead. Woo! Appreciate all the viewers though. Thanks very much. I do feel lucky to have so many viewers on my ranting. Bye guys.